Greetings. And once again, we've arrived at GatherVerse Summit 2024, day 2. Yesterday was action-packed and filled with loads of expression, unlocking voices, people sharing about a number of subjects and topics. I'm happy to be here with all of you today. My name is Christopher Lafayette, and I'll be one of your moderating hosts today for GatherVerse Summit Day 2. We have a lineup of several different events, several different expressions, with speakers from around the world, quite literally, that have come to share and express and to gather with us today. We're happy to see all of you that's arriving at GatherVerse.live and even our social streams, such as Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, and elsewhere. We're certainly happy to have all of you that are arriving in, even now, to be able to share with us at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. But what does that look like, humanity? What is our approach to innovation when we think about accessibility and education, community development, safety and privacy, wellness, and ethical considerations? What about the human-in-the-loop relationship between now machine and people? What about the relationship from transcontinental, transmetropolitan? And what of the subjects of artificial intelligence? And what of the subjects of Web3? Because today, we'll be talking about Web 2.5. Today, we'll be talking about the revolution and evolution of classroom engagement and development. Share with the neighbor, share with the friend. We now know, being that this is our GatherVerse Summit 21st event, that we have people broadcasting live from offices, where many of you are watching, probably almost smiling as I say that. I see you. We know that there are people broadcasting into their classrooms and educational rooms. We're happy to have each of you. No matter where you're located, somewhere around the world. Those that are broadcasting with your families from home, or those that may be at work, whether in a remote distributed workforce, or perhaps you're on a campus somewhere chopping wood. Wherever you may find yourself in the forest, we hope that you would find time, whether you're picking berries, preparing meals, sharing campfire, or on your guided path, that you'll find time to be able to share with us here at GatherVerse Summit 2024. We do this freely. We do this to democratize access to open minds and hearts. We believe here at GatherVerse that perhaps $1 billion cannot build the metaverse. In fact, it can't, but we believe that 1 billion hearts can, and everything entailed. This is the most critical time that we've ever found ourselves in the history of the world, especially contemporary to our time, at this intersection of technology. We're in the 90s, we arrived to the information age, and now we find ourselves in the disinformation age, where we find ourselves with wanting more to understand where might we be headed when it comes to the engagement of emerging technologies for business and for a clear path forward of innovation. What happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? In many ways, this has come to pass. We talked about yesterday about the AI arms race that's happening right now. The whole entire countries, not just private and public sector, are gearing up and they're preparing with AI infrastructure. The platforms, the technology platforms are accelerating at a meteoric rate. They're going into levels that we've never seen companies, whole entire companies do before. And in many ways, we've barely just begun, with the considerations that some people will gain new employment, but many people already are experiencing mass layoffs, not just here in Silicon Valley where I'm at, but elsewhere. Perhaps you know someone that's already been affected, with many who do not have an option for a plan B. It's time for us to have some candid discussions, to be able to move and to be able to discuss what is the way forward when it comes to global currency, when it comes to the actualization and the realization of the relationship between tokenization and fiat. What does this mean for you with buy-sell trading ecosystems and hyper-real immersive simulated environments that will soon be able to ingest in, whether it's spatial computing, mixed reality, and ultimately what we're talking about is applied science. With that said, it's time for us to prepare to move forward and to explore. Share this with someone, a neighbor. We're happy to be with all of you today, and may our gather be well. And greeting once again to GatherVerse Summit 2024, where we have a very frank and very candid discussion today on the evolution of Web 2.5 to 3. Some lessons will be learned, some things will be expressed. We've assembled a cohort, a group of us that have come to arrive of experts to be able to share in this extraordinary topic and subject as to why we set the stage and why we set the ground now for this discussion on 2.5. Shouldn't we be moving forward and talking about 3.5 or perhaps 4? But we've realized there's some things that have been left out. There's some things that we left behind. There's some reasons worth going back, but nevertheless, we have a load of different expressions to share and questions to ask in this very candid discussion roundtable that we have kicking off day 2 of GatherVerse 2024 Summit. Gentlemen, we're happy to have you. What I'll ask you to do is to briefly introduce yourself and to tell the audience today, who are you and why are you here? We'll begin with Thomas.
Thank you for having me. Thomas Tallis. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Twin. Twin is a platform focusing on the tokenization of real-world assets, or RWAs. And we're commencing the trade on our platform with tokenized gold, and we move into 3 other metals, which is silver, platinum, and palladium. The reason why I'm here today is to continue learning. I love to learn, love to find out what else is happening. Also to give my input on why I really believe that the tokenization of certain real world assets is critical, more critical now than ever before, and really just to be involved in whichever way I can.
Thank you, Thomas. We're very happy to have you, and thank you for sharing. Richard?
Yes, hi. Yes, I'm Richard Bukowski. What I do is I help my clients imagine different futures and then develop actionable and optimistic plans that future-proof their business. So it's a lot of use of imagination. There's a lot of methodology, practical tools, that turn the foresight that would come in from the experience into new critical insight that would lead, hopefully, to some type of transformation. As for me, I am a 15-year digital marketing executive with a lot of multifaceted sectors, mobile, to video, to and on. So I've seen the best and the worst of Web 1 and Web 2, and able to help with the roller coaster and maybe avoid some traps, to these new unimaginable platforms that will kind of immersively come out of with the use of GAI and other 3.0, metaverse and blockchain technologies. What I hope to get out of this is obviously, every day is new with regards to what I'm going to learn, what I can learn. I'm very excited to see. Again, I'm not sure if it's because of I'm always looking for trends, always looking for signals of the future, and in a positive manner, sure, regardless of what media wants us to believe. I see a large growth in this. I see, a lot of people, again, positive, good, ways to, of people getting together to talk about the, more about the partnership, of it and the humanity, of it, or keeping the humanity of it. Where I didn't see that in other, I would say trends, or even with some of the, the platforms that we're kind of developing now, or at least, by osmosis we are. So if I could be a catalyst to that as well, I'll take that badge.
We're happy and to be able to explore this more with you. There's some things that you've already brought up that will be brought up here very shortly. Jonas, we bring the mic to you.
Sure. Yeah, once again, thanks for having me. I'm Jonas, the co-founder of Crossbytes. What we are actually doing there is like building a AI-based solution to make Web3 in particular more secure. basically what we are doing is like the entire reinvention of Web3 security. And to myself, I'm working in Web3 now more or less than 6 or 7 years. Have built 2 businesses in the space, and yeah, my topic was always how can we push the mass adoption of Web3. So with that having in mind, I always start my startups in Web3. How can we achieve that? What do we need to do in order to really get more people on board globally? And I think one significant step to that is definitely Web 2.5. So yeah, I'm more than happy to be on this panel today. And let's see where we go. May our gather be well.
May our gather be well. Jonas, thank you for sharing. We're happy to have you and our friends at TrustBytes, and certainly our friends from Twin here with us today as we explore further and together. And Thomas, let me help set the stage with this audience for you. What is Web3 for you? Has it been a benefit? Has it been a value add? We're happy to see more of you that have arrived here at GatherVerse.live, and then from our various social platforms and different streams, and even our small YouTube crew that's hanging out with us today. We're always happy to see you in the comments to share whatever expressions that you will.
Web3 is.
Before I go there, Thomas, bear with me as I kind of roll into this. I know you're ready to jump on the track course here. NFTs, DeFi, DAOs, dApps, crypto assets, meme coins, altcoins. We've seen this explosion happen in the past 3 to 4 years in particular. We've seen platforms and sciences that have become products, and these products translate into multi-billion-dollar industries. And we've seen ascension when it's come to this topic, but we've also seen the crypto winter. But just as Richard talked about growth and seeing different trends and cycles, just within the past 72 hours, we've seen Sam Altman's WorldCoin completely stratosphere, especially on the heels of announcements of what's coming out of the OpenAI camp. And it's very fascinating to see the symbiote relationships. Same could be said when we saw the nuclear rise of NFTs, knowing that NFTs started back in 2011 with BitDNS and Counterparty and Color Coins and things of that nature, in 2015, Ethereum, so forth and so on. But now we see, when we look at blockchain technology, proof of work, proof of stake, proof of loyalty, proof of history, so forth and so on, we see all these amalgamations. We see all these technologies coming together. We see ascendancy. We see even growth now and conversations that are happening around the world when we start looking at Web3. But Thomas, being that we're making this bridge, and the necessary reason as why we're arriving here today to have this discussion, clearly we're speaking about a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3, because it seems like we've left a few things behind. But I want you to kick off and describe to us, what's Web 2.5? What's the significance of going back, if you will? And moreover, what does real world assets have to do with this relationship?
Wait, yeah, thank you, Christopher. If I could start by saying what I believe Web 3.0, and then I can come back to the 2.5. So starting a slightly sort of in that order. Web 3.0 is the crossroads where humanity and technology meet. Essentially, what that means is that we are able to utilize all this wonderful technology that we're constantly seeing being developed for humanity, for betterment. And this is one of the driving factors behind Twin, behind the whole core team at Twin. If I then lead it to where you started your question, what is then 2.5? Well, 2.5 is really, it's all of Web3, but it's breaking it down into digestible chunks so people can understand it. Most people will not understand if you stand on the street and say, what's Web 3.3? Web 3.0, they may have heard of it, they may try to explain it, but still there's going to be a very few in the general population who understand all the potential that Web 3.0 can deliver. And of course it will be then moving on to, when it's Web 4.0 and 5.0 and so on and so forth. We've got to go back. And I like you, Christopher, I believe that this 2.5 just allows us to take a breath. I think when we were all living through the pandemic, everything was being digitalized. The whole, suddenly our workspace was digitalized. Even our evening meal was digitalized because it's all been delivered to the door. I feel that we kind of we skip, many beats, and it wasn't necessarily, no one per se was at fault. It's just that things were happening, the digitalization on how we were living our life or needing to live our life because of the pandemic and lockdowns and restrictions and so on and so forth. It just meant we just got too ahead of ourselves. So 3.0, like I said, is the crossroads between technology and humanity, and all of the good stuff that we know is available. That's going to help, and it's not not just in my sector, which is financial services, but across the board. But 2.5 is the realization where we can help, I believe, still the many understand and come to an understanding of really what is available and how things can be adapted and implemented into different cultures and people's lives. And once that understanding is really sort of established, we'll all benefit, because we'll then start to see many more good ideas. I'm sure entrepreneurial projects. There will be a bigger drive to really maximize and optimize what the technology that we have available to us, and it's continuously being developed. But we'll be able to understand just how much that can really aid and help towards really a fairer global society. But we first of all got to make sure that people get it and understand the fundamentals.
And what are those fundamentals, Thomas? You talk about and you say that we moved and accelerated exceedingly fast into digital, if you will, especially as a launch pad when it comes to the pandemic. What are the fundamentals that we're wanting to be able to give people?
Well, we still live in a world that's fundamentally incredibly unfair. We have this equilibrium. If you imagine a sort of a seesaw, the seesaw's one-sided. It's not fair. That's no fun. When we were kids, we all got on a seesaw. If you were able to sort of bounce the other person back, then the game is really boring, isn't it? You just spend it doesn't matter which end of the seesaw, you're either on the ground or you're up in the air. So I believe that we need to understand how we can bring back equilibrium. As I said, I'm in the financial services sector. It's totally skewed and favored still, in one direction, and still those that tend to have things already, it's favoring them, and that is something that I've known about. I witnessed it really from a child because of where I grew up and the different sort of cultures I was immersed in. But it's only really until the sort of maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I started to really understand that what we need to do is to have financial tools, really help, good financial tools, but we need to make them readily available to anyone everywhere. And with tokenization, and especially tokenization of real world assets, that's now possible. I was.
But Thomas, let me interject and ask you, because for the audience that may not understand, and so many people that are with us today from quite a few different locations, from what we're seeing, what is a real world asset?
Something that has intrinsic value that is more or less globally recognized. Something that we can all agree on, no matter where we are, that we can agree on the value. It's value of that asset is intrinsic, and it therefore allows in this case the token that so the asset is sitting behind the token. It allows that token to be as stable as possible. Certainly, far more stable than a whole myriad of cryptocurrencies, and even slightly concerning, more stable than fiat currencies, because it's if we take gold is the asset that that Twin is starting with. We're tokenizing gold. Whether I'm from sort of Colombia or Bangladesh or Norway, from where I'm speaking, virtually everybody will agree that there is a understandable, believable, trustworthy value in gold. It is considered to be a valuable commodity. So a real world asset is an asset. Why it's called real world is because you find it literally in the world that we live in, and it has a value that can be agreed upon and is widely understood, regardless of where you are geographically, or even in terms of your purchase power.
That's very fascinating. We will come back to that, Richard. Let me bring you in, and let's jump on this train for a moment of real world assets, but let's also jump on this train of this bridge connection between 2.5 and 3. From what you're doing and from the work that you do, have been doing for years, when we talk about market appearance, a presence and approach to how we position what's being communicated to market, both public and private, or really all sector, if you will. What are your thoughts and consideration of this bridge, if you will, between 2 and 3?
Well, I push the, I would say, the facts or the theory of, we going from 2 to 3, we were on fire, as you mentioned early on. Both within its communities, and then outside brands, and then the everyday person. But things change, and things change even prior to COVID. And so I used the analogy, again, it's very humanistic, of the freeze, fight, flight, and kind of how we react to different stimulus, and then and moved on. And what we've been trained, again, both kind of as a species, and and continuing to help us, especially with our mental issues and stress related sicknesses and and such. So everybody froze. That's how I see it, right? Nobody, there was the fight, flight, everyone forgets there's another F in front of that, and that is the first of the humanistic things to do. Quick analysis: should I move? Can they see me? And then fight, flight. So and even in Davos, we have noticed that all companies were afraid, or kind of not sure exactly what even what to do. Money's out there. We need to move. We need to get to 3.0, but the more law of expansion and growth, kind of hedging their bets. And so what I'm saying here at 2.5 is, let's look at what did work, right? So the platforms, that we got stuck with, or let's just say, we didn't get a chance to expand on. And so these are those models like, what Uber has taught us, and kind of Amazon, and, that we can function that way. We can use those, those tools in other ways, or in more importantly, things that are, that are important to you kind of right now. So we learned a lot from drone technologies. We've learned a lot, from, again, a lot of, we're all kind of talking about, these 2.5 technologies that will continue to expand, and they will be the seeds, to the other, immersive technologies, coming out. So we just have to stop freezing, and that, also means testing and, even just imagining different ways, different things. When it comes to the NFTs, also been, watching it, as a marketer, and then also as a futurist. But the other, I guess, another really kind of great point is, I'm a geek, right? So big, Marvel, sci-fi, kind of forever. And based on my age, been doing it for 50 years. So there's a lot of, science fiction kind of guidance and stuff that you can tap into, for a lot of these scenarios.
Sure.
So with the NFTs, and we're kind of talking about, the real world part of it, right? So the, physical 3-dimensional part to, the product, if you want to say, it doesn't even have to be, to a digital version of, of something, which is, which is the NFT. So I think getting everyone on the same page somewhere, again, on what, has worked. And there are some parts, of 2.5 when it comes to the currencies. We learned a lot of bad lessons, but there's still a lot of good players, as we were mentioning, that are, doing good things and very valuable. And, so if we maybe all get, a chance to think in that version, yeah, again, as a marketplace, it may help everyone else kind of get along, or at least be able to again trade this, that, But again, as a science fiction, comic guy, I also know, like, holding the asset, again, is very important. But you never know which one is going to be more important later on, right? So changes in storylines and and such. Burger King actually had some, one of the first ones out of the gate in doing it, and had recently wrote about, how the entertainment industry and obviously the art industry have been really locking into the NFT portion, kind of, let's say, lifting it up into the luxury world, kind of, versus, where we are right now. So, Jay-Z's Rock Nation had kind of digitized his Puma sneaker. And so there you go. You have your, your digital kind of, hard and soft version of a product. But the sneaker itself had an NFC chip in it. That can, track you, help you pay for things, give you information about, things that you're looking for nearby, and continuing to, to again expand from there. But
Richard, let me interrupt and ask you on this note. We talk about these NFTs and but you also talk about science fiction. Have we not realized that most of what we talk about when we talk about Web3 sounds science fiction to the majority of the people that might subscribe to it, that might be prospects in consuming? And I think that's what has been the problem. I think the big problem is that we've accelerated. These companies were formed overnight. They saw this trend that was happening. Some were already there. The ones that were already there, they jumped on it. There are those that jumped on the trend. They created companies, invested millions into these platforms, accelerated to the other side, only to come to find that there wasn't a market to arrive to, and that the trend had accelerated, but the trend went into the trough of disillusionment. There was the peak inflated interest, went into the trough of disillusionment. However, there are platforms that are operating within the trough of disillusionment onto the plateau of productivity, the slope of enlightenment. And this is where some of these platforms, such as Trust Bytes, such as Twin, has arrived, where they said, listen, we need to think this out and to make this make sense to the common consumer that's not in our space, that's not in our vertical. Does that make sense, Richard?
Oh, no, 100%. Definitely a hurdle that is, getting in the way from the 2.5 to 3. I mean, I'd like to come back to that, but I do want to mention and again acknowledge that it is a method, and my future is tap into science fiction, based on the scientific fact behind it, and how people have been participating, bringing like prototypes of ideas, let's say the communicator to the to our smartphone, or kind of like that, and also helps people explore more imaginative scenarios. So get out of our kind of, again, get out of the, we're just rats continuing to follow the same. We have to get out of that lane, even if we have to just dream about it. What was the first part with the NFT? I'm sorry, I didn't go back to it.
I think you satified that, but we'll come back to that. And I agree about science fiction and considering the Roddenberry's.
I remember.
Go ahead.
The first, again, running scenarios, in future thinking, everyone's talking about the common man. I know Jonas said it, Thomas said it. How do we get everyone kind of, connected? When I think about it, my 90-year-old mother. How does she go to the bank? The bank now. How does she, without, she's afraid to use credit cards or do something like that. So biometrics, I spend a lot of time looking at biometrics, and the seems to be a winner so far when it comes to voice, and then and look what Clear has done. And then when it comes to a global, I like to think global, we're all thinking global. Like Clear has figured out, a global way to use eye scans and voice, activity to get something done. Like when will we be able to do that? Is probably, I believe that since that's leading, that's going to continue, right? So
that's happening now, Richard, with this extendency that we see with WorldCoin. Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, which we're all familiar with, to ChatGPT, and he says, listen, we're not even deploying here in the United States. We're deploying elsewhere. And for you to be part of WorldCoin, you have to go to a location or a center where there's an orb, and you have to get your biometric scan. That's a really good point. Let's put a pin in that for a second, Richard, because I want to jump over to Jonas. Jonas, help us make sense of this. When we provide to Web3, it seems to me that we got a lot of things right. The markets prove that. They say that. Some people have benefited substantially for human betterment, if you will. Some people did not benefit well when it came to Web3. From the trust bite narrative and from your lens of perspective, help us to be able to make sense on what has worked with Web3, what are some things that haven't worked with Web3, and the most important part when we talk about Web 2.5, how do we get everyone we left behind and bring them up to where we're at and forward?
Yeah, thanks, Christopher. Great question here. I think we need to make a differentiation between who has benefited from Web3, who still needs to realize what's going on and needs to understand it, and who has suffered from Web3. And I think, especially in the developed world, in the first world, if you will, there's no real urgency to go into Web3, because like if you think about it, in the end, everything works for the most, for the majority of people. So of course, like all these developments are great, but in the end, if you are like living in the United States or in Western Europe, I mean, especially when it comes to finance, everything works out quite well. I mean, of course, you're giving away a ton of your data, and you are not really the owner of your assets and your money. But in the end, if it works, the most people just don't care. Where we see like the big benefits of Web3 is definitely in the second world, third world developing countries. And they have like the urgency, because they basically have just two choices. Either they're suffering from their existing system, or they escape and use other rails. And these rails can be Web3. So I believe the rather Western world or the developed world didn't really realize what is going on, or the majority. And in my opinion, for most people, there's like I said before, there's no real need to jump on Web3 if they don't care about their privacy, about like true ownership of assets, and so on. So this is like to the first part of your question. And now, how do we get onto this? So how do we achieve that we are like onboard as many people as possible? I think there's like Web 2.5 like really important, because now we are basically are also able to reach the people in the developed world or in first world countries, because they don't need to get their head around about like Web3 and how to get onboarded, how to create a wallet, how to do a transaction, right? They can just basically use a wrapper in a form of like for example an ETF, or like in form of a custodial service, in form of a centralized service, to still participate in the in Web3, right? So we have like this great bridge here. I mean, of course, you are still basically using rails of Web 2, but you can still participate in Web 3. And I think that's way, if you think about it this way, then in order to reach real mass adoption, we definitely need Web 2.5, because there's no way that we will onboard all the people around the world like using Web 3 or native Web 3 technologies. And that's why it's like this this holy grail, or this this bridge into Web 3. And that's why I think it's so important.
And to piggyback on that, and to rock with you on that, it seems to me that if Jeremy, if we're able to do that, and thank you, Jonas, and to everyone, we'll come back to you. Jeremy, I feel like as if we take with what Jonas has expressed, and Richard and Thomas as well, if we're able to do that successfully, to go back and to bring everyone, as it's been expressed, and one of the things that I really like is to take a step back so that we could take a giant leap forward. But in taking a step back, bringing everyone and everything, including real world assets and considerations, with us so that we could take a step forward, so that we can introduce a new way, a better and refined way. I mean, with the type of innovations that we're seeing deployed now with these generative models, with what we see happening with all the new introductions on quite literally the way that we go about business every day, with the accelerated fashion of what we've incorporated into our daily processes and methods, it seems to me that when we deal with old banking, old money, old currency, fiat, the way that we go about it, even with the consideration of disrupting tokenization itself, blockchain technology itself, and saying, now that it's AI powered, now that we have this capability, what is it that we're looking for? But Jeremy, share some of your thoughts on this, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think when we go step back, it's also combining multiple things again. So one thing that towards the journey of Web3, from my perspective, we have forgotten is, for example, the user experience, the regularly uncertainty, and a few other things. And you mentioned correctly that we see lots of things popping up on a big pace at the moment, like OpenAI Solver, which is backed by basically a world engine that simulates all the physics that we have of the world that we live in. It's kind of a crazy advancement if you just think of this. And one thing that also another example would be quantum machine learning, which combines quantum technology with machine learning. But to go there, also the basic principles of it have to evolve in the end. So I'm a dancer. I dance to cha-cha. It's always a step back before you can go a few steps forward. And completely agree here that we need to take everyone on board. And back to your question, if we are able to go back successfully and bringing everyone and everything, then we need to think in completely new ways and actually let go of it. And this is where I actually, one thing I admire Elon Musk about, that when he looks at a problem, he basically looks at the questions behind the questions. What are we actually trying to solve? And from there, like with flying cars, you don't need to build flying cars. You already have airplanes, basically. It fulfills the same use case. And this is, I think, the way we need to think about this. What we want to achieve here, the democratization, the open economy, and humanizing it. Therefore, we need to think in completely different terms to be able to go there.
I think you're mute, Christopher.
Forgive me. Thank you for sharing that, Jeremy. There was a lot that you just expressed. We're going to unpack that, and we're going to go into more of a rapid succession here with different questions asked for each of you. Thomas, when we talk about real-world asset ownership, let's go back to this conversation because I want you to drill into the significance of real world assets. I think it's really important based on my understanding, certainly based on yours, but I want you to bring this home. I want you to make this make sense for us and how we can actualize this today.
Right. So if we think about this sort of the global community and step out of say, Europe or North America, for the majority of people, they really have very little option when it comes to where they can place whatever funds they may want to place, and often, even if they have funds, conventional options, even if they are made available to them, they're expensive. And if all that you have is in a, say, a US dollar amount is $50 or $100, maybe to that person a lot, but for what they actually, or the opportunity to go into an investment proposition, it's probably going to get eaten up in fees anyway, and then what are they left with? One of the big advantages of tokenizing real world assets is that you can tokenize assets that make sense. So let's also think about let's take agro commodities. Let's say cocoa. Ghana is one of the world's biggest exporters of cocoa. If you're in Ghana, or if you're in a community that's close to Ghana, you will of course understand the intrinsic value that cocoa has. You see what it sells at when the crop is ready and then exported. I can use another example. I mean, take bauxite, which is one of the raw materials that that Jamaica exports. So you have these assets that depending on where you're residing and your culture, your community, you see these assets, but you can't access them. Let's go back to the cocoa and the bauxite. Your average Jamaican. They can't suddenly just knock on the door of the bauxite, factory or mining and say, I'd like to own a slice of this. It's impossible. Whereas if you take that same asset and you put that asset and you pin it, or it's underpinned behind a token, then suddenly these tokens that you're then able to then make available, then in essence you are opening up these commodities, these assets to mass audiences. And also you can take these assets and you can break them down into unit sizes that are affordable. So going back to the $50 example, then suddenly if that's really what somebody has, and then to them it's a lot, they are still able to enter into the system. They're still able to make that decision themselves. I'm a great also believer in promoting decentralized finance where it makes sense. This is one of the people need to be in control. If they've got an amount that they want to invest, they should be on deciding where they put it, and ultimately how long they put that in, and when they're able to take it out. Again, tokenization gives these options. So they are what really gets me up every single morning is this understanding that we have an abundance of assets. These many of these assets have been around for millennia and then some. They've not been made and still are not made available to the majority of people. But you bring tokenization and what we now know is deliverable, and we can now offer these assets to really anyone everywhere in unit sizes that make sense, that are affordable, and they themselves don't have to go through middlemen. They don't have to go through centralized bodies that are there basically just to make the process either convoluted or certainly very expensive. They can go in themselves, and I think that's going to be an immense tool for rebalancing. If you remember what I said previous, rebalancing the seesaw or the equilibrium.
Sure, and I agree with that. I think to me the most fascinating discussion that we're having to date when it comes to Web3, if you will, 2.5 subsequent, is the idea of ownership, a democratized ownership for everyone, that everyone has access, just the opportunity to have access to something, to be able to own something beyond something that's just digital, completely in its manifestation. Let me own that apple tree. Let me own a slice of gold. Let me own an acorn forest or field. Let me own something that I readily just haven't had even the opportunity to be able to access. And to those that grow it, to those that manage it, there's a great relationship, it seems to me, that could develop. And this is what I really enjoy about the science fiction of technology, Richard, is that we no longer have to leave these ideas and narratives in the halls of fiction, that we're seeing these things come to pass. But as we know, Richard, because you brought up drone technology, we talked about that yesterday. We all enjoyed drone technology. I was hacking and making and building drones here in Mountain View, the city of Google, if you will. But the reality is that not everybody does good with the things that were once in science fiction that now have entered into the palm of our hands, to the businesses and the communities out there. Richard, briefly share with them how they can best benefit from this way of thinking and the ethos of thinking of Web 2.5, 3.0.
Well, obviously can go in a lot of different directions, but strangely, well, let's just say not strangely, but maybe not a lot of people think about it, but the its effect on the planet would actually be my first one to come in, especially when we're talking about letting go something like taking a 3,000-pound car with that uses gas 6 blocks so you can go get milk or whatever it is, or or allow yourself to think about having a drone deliver that to you for pennies on the electric that it would that it is kind of consisted. So like a lot of those last miles, that's kind of what really Amazon's so efficient. The last miles, the part that makes them kind of lose money and stuff, which is why they try to invest in other places like lockers and things like that. But that's like the first part. The kind of another one would be I don't know if I made this up or if I read it in a science fiction area, but I'm pretty sure I read it in some credible place. But if we all let our cars be led by or directed by Waze or some other kind of that kind of technology, let's call that a 2.5, we would have no climate problem. It would be so efficient, and so that it would not only with traffic, tolls, this, all the way around. So are you willing to let go kind of certain things, like some type of control? And as I mentioned, the 2.5, like we're used to it, right? We're used to our digital assistant listening to us all day, where 5-10 years ago we would have no way that would have happened, or burn the building down. It's that joke, FBI, what should I have for dinner today? Like it's just where that. But also using Web 1 and 1.2, kind of going back to what Tom was saying, kind of for everyone. And again, you want it to be everyone. And again, I think biometrics will kind of get us there. But getting used to just getting people to use credit cards in the first place took a long time. I'm leading back to trust. So much of this is going to be leading back to trust in your community, trust in brands, who I think have an amazing opportunity, to go from 2.5 to 3. I would say kind of areas, again, like that when it comes to,
Sure.
Man, I don't,
Sure.
I can keep going, but just, kind of keep going.
No, you said so much there. And Richard, thank you for sharing those last few things that you shared with, because we do have to think about trust, but also with the consideration that if we say that we want these innovations, then we have to give a reason for people to remove the old way of the thing that they're doing to be able to build trust in 2.5 for them to even cross the bridge. Because the old way still works for many, but in some ways it respects the planet. The old way is harming the planet. The old way is slowing things down. And until we as technologists and innovators and those that are founders and entrepreneurs, those that are educators, until we find common cause to be able to give someone a reason to remove that old thing, to be able to subscribe and adopt to this new thing, the greater whole of society never will. But Jonas and Jeremy, I want you both to unmute your mics. I want to ride with both of you today because you're at Trust Bytes and there's incredible things that you're working on. You know, Jeremy, you talked about quantum and this intersectional relationship with what we see happening with subsequent 3.5 and 4, because this is where we're headed to. We're going to Web 2.5 so that we could take a giant leap back to take a giant leap forward. And so when we talk about these things from the Trust Byte narrative and from the narrative and the things that both of you are exploring on, how do we make this work? How do we make this make sense, not only for business, but also for the consumer? How do we make it more equitable when we start looking at these digital economies?
Who should start?
Jonas, kick off.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think I will just continue where I stopped my last comment on this. So first of all, we need to make it way more user-friendly. I think there are many startups, organizations, people are working on that to make Web3 more user-friendly, but that's not enough. I mean, we see all these like obstacles when you want to engage with Web3 in general. So this is like one part. But also we need more clarity, in my opinion. So I think we are coming, or we are entering into a phase of reality, or a phase of realization, what this industry actually is and what it can be, and in which direction we will evolve. So what do I mean by that? I'm speaking especially about like regulatory clarity here. Like until now, or like let's say until like 2022, maybe 2023, like especially until the big burst of the crypto firms, FTX and so on, you name it. I think it was rather like considered the Wild West. Everyone was basically able to do anything. Nobody cared. Also the regulators, the government, the authorities didn't say a word. I mean, or like didn't have like any lever against like those developments. But now we see like they're really stepping in, and because like I feel like many people already got a little bit afraid and consider Web3 nowadays or today as like still like a Wild West, where it can be quite dangerous if you engage with it. So what we definitely need here is like regulatory clarity. So we see, for example, the MiCA regulation in the European Union, which is heading into that direction. We don't have yet that much clarity in the US, but I mean the recent news and also like all the comments from the SEC and so on, like are definitely going into that direction, that they will regulate, especially like DeFi, and also I'm talking here about like real world assets, because like for me that's part of DeFi. They are like really trying to get their head around that and trying to regulate it. And for the people in, especially in the Western world, we need that clarity. Otherwise, we will like stop this development, and it might lead to a drawdown here, so that everybody's that scared and that nobody's like not interested anymore to engage or to invest in it. So that's, I think, like one very important step, or one very important step that we need to overcome. Sure. And after that, once everything is like clear and the rules are clear and the regulation is clear, then we can also think about how we basically realize all that great ideas on a massive scale. But before that, I don't think that we have like at least mass adoption in the Western world. It looks a little bit differently if you look at into other parts of the world, because I mean, there the enforcement of those rules is just not there as compared to the US, for example, or Europe. But yeah, in general, we need that clarity to move onwards.
On that note, and Jeremy, as you close us out here, and well met, Jonas, because the importance of the regulatory considerations of this refinement that we're coming out of winter, if you will, for crypto, if you will, it's significantly important. The reason we say this is, let's leap over to what Jeremy's last sentiments were on quantum. With the introduction of new emerging technologies within the eco habitat, with us just now barely understanding DeFi, DAOs, dApps, talked about dApps, with us just now understanding the nature of NFTs on the science level, at applied science level, now that we have this introduction of generative models and being able to create content and generate NFTs and generate a number of different things when it comes to the introduction of how we apply blockchain even further, what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologists? How are we going to be able to put in these type of regulations, and to the technologists that doesn't completely understand policy, doesn't completely understand, and legislators cannot wrap their minds and keep up with this? Jeremy, you talk about quantum, that moves beyond what most technologists understanding are in present day technology. Bring this home for us.
Yeah, I would like to take a little step back first. So one thing, and then to connect to what Jonas said, is that there are a few barriers that we need to solve. One thing that we actually tasked to do with TrustBytes is that we want to solve one of the biggest barriers, which is the lack of security. That though audits are being done, hacks are still happening in the hundreds of millions, and this on a weekly basis. So this is one thing, but also a few more points, like the user-centric design that we need to focus on, just to simplify the UX and make Web3, if we want to go there, actually more accessible through being able to be understandable for non-technical users. And one great example for that is, for example, the Starbucks Odyssey program, where users actually didn't know what's behind it, but the user experience was so good that it was the most successful loyalty program based on Web3 so far. And Starbucks as itself is becoming one of the biggest banks for holding assets itself. So that's kind of super interesting. But to connect to now and close this out, in terms of the way we go there, if we apply quantum, we are going way beyond just from Web 2 to Web 3. So this is more the future in the end. We need to, and this is super important from my perspective, that we need to take all the users there and really apply all those principles. And if we think those principles from transparency, from decentralization to privacy to end user aware, that we can then build the community and not only around those principles, but guide them in the way that we create new advocates that will then enhance trust as well and participation.
Well put, gentlemen. Thank you for joining and gathering with us and expressing and exploring the nature of Web 2.5, subsequent 3.35, where we might be headed if we get this thing right. We're looking forward to having you all with us again today. And for our next discussion, we have a fireside chat with Dr. Angelina Dayton from Virtual World Society with Aleda Lindahl. We're looking forward to more. Thank you, audience, for traveling and journeying with us. We just began with a masterful discussion on the subject. Follow these gentlemen. Our gather was well.
Hello, Dr. Dayton.
Hello.
Welcome to the GatherVerse Summit 2024. So exciting, right?
Yes. The last panel was very, very interesting.
Oh, I thought so too. When we got into the whole quantum aspect of things, I was like, yes, like we need to go here. You know,
Yes. And I want to let you know before we start that I am remote in Cherokee Nation right now. I am in a classroom and I have no way of controlling whether or not there'll be an announcement about lunch or whether or not there may be a go Cougars, let's win this basketball game tonight. But this is the work that I do on the ground, and you will see how it colors all of my answers to your questions today, is really being out in the field and seeing how people use emerging tech. So I wanted to let everybody know before we started that there may be minor interruptions, but it's all for the greater good so that we can collect real data on real people living real problems and trying to find real solutions. So
I love that. Okay, well, I mean, welcome. I've been excited about this conversation. I touched base with you in advance, I know, right? Just a little bit. And today we're here to discuss the power of an immersive opportunity, right? And what does that look like in the world? And so our first question was innovative integration. So in your experience, what are the most effective strategies for integrating immersive technologies into traditional sectors to enhance user engagement and outcomes?
So I say that I work in high need, low resourced environments.
Dr. Dayton, I need Ashton Deardup to go out to the ag building at this time.
Did you hear that? Ashton, please go out to the ag building. So what I do is I go out into communities and I find out what it is that they're struggling with in terms of real world problems, and it may not have anything to do with immersive integration. And so a lot of my time, because my background is as an anthropologist, I sit and listen because it's really about creating a better reality for them, how they see their world, giving them agency to make the decisions they have to make in low resourced, high need environments like the school that I'm in right now, where they have very old computers, but they'd like to integrate AI, where they are very open to virtual reality and augmented reality, but maybe they don't have the money to buy all of the equipment. And how do they decide? How do they take agency to create the reality for themselves? Because when you integrate into a sector like education or even into industry, the ownership that the end user has in their experience that comes through, and if you listen to the previous discussion, through trust, through their ability to play, through their ability to find their own utility, that creates the environment for sustainable, not sustainable green. I'm not saying sustainable green's not good, but I mean like the sustainable, I'm not just going to take the tech and stick it in a drawer after everybody goes. And so I find that the most important thing is to build meaningful relationships, sit down and listen, and not think that you have all of the answers, but really let people come to their own conclusions. This takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, right? So is that kind of it's a backwards answer, but I'm saying if you're dealing with a different type of immersive dynamic medium, you need to have a dynamic response to that if you're trying to get long-term adoption or mass deployment, right?
Yes, and the mass deployment unified is the most important thing I believe that you touched on. And so that came up in conversation yesterday. And so how do we unify, right? And strengthen and empower and come out of this with essentially potentially like new designs that meet the needs of the here and the now, because we're in like heavy tech world right this minute. It's hot, right? Hot
yes.
topic.
Things are changing super fast and people are feeling a little bit scared and a little bit excited. And sometimes they feel really alone. Like, am I the only one trying to fix this problem in this entire industry? So one of the things that we do is we bring together roundtable events where stakeholders get to talk with other stakeholders and say, you know, there's big companies out there and big markets, and we're trying to enact change. We don't work together. then we really can't make things happen. I need to know that my contribution is meaningful. How do I draw upon, and the other thing we do is we offer support through our Science and Ethics Council, through the Virtual World Society, to say, what did people learn the last couple of times there was a change because of a new medium, right? What did we learn from the printing press? What did we learn from Web 1, from Web 2? What did we learn from these things that we can expect to see in our engagement with new mediums, so that we can kind of anticipate some of the problems? And then when you get people together who all want to change something that's important to them, how do you support them? How does the aggregate become larger than the sum of its parts, so that it can push forward and say, you know, we have a solution that we think is right for us. And when that policy window opens up where everything kind of converges, and, you know, the headsets are the right price and the systems are ready to change, you can kind of lob that solution in there and say, this is where we want to go as a family, as an individual, as a community, as a sector. But you have to, they say luck favors the prepared. You have to have those discussions ahead of time. And I would argue you have to have those discussions how they happen on the ground. Enough theory, enough talking about what could happen. Like, go get your fingers and your hands dirty in a school in a rural community and see what their considerations are. Because if you don't do that, you're really kind of patronizing to the mass adoption, to the people in middle America or middle Europe that say, I'm not going to adopt this until it actually meets my needs, you know? So that's how I feel about aggregating social good in order to enact change. That's really where we need to be headed.
Yes, agreed. Like, let's use all of this for all of its goodness, like squeezing the lemon, right? And creating everything that we need and that we can have and that we should have globally, right?
Yes, yes.
And you talked about challenges and solutions. I believe we did that, right, already, which was kind of spilling into our next question. But what do you think are the most significant challenges, if you haven't mentioned them already, right, in the development and widespread adoption? You basically just discussed that, but is there anything you feel like we may have missed?
I think that there's a story that was told to me out here in rural Oklahoma, where the first person that this older gentleman knew that had a phone was his aunt, and she was the only one that had the phone. And so she didn't know if her phone worked because nobody else had a phone, and nobody else called her. So periodically she'd lift up the phone and listen to see if it still worked. And then one day there was a critical mass of people who had phones. And then once that mass adoption happened, because there was a need in the community to communicate, to connect, then her phone was actually useful. And when we talk about, I think, challenges facing the development and the adoption of any kind of emerging technology, we don't really ask what is needed on the ground for everybody to get a phone. Be it a cell phone or a landline or a headset, and once we go and ask, once we go and look and see what people are struggling with, I think I go to a lot of hackathons and people go, here's this cool thing. People could use it for this. People could use it for that. People could use it for this. I said, why don't we just ask people what they need and build to their need? And so I think the most significant challenge is people are very motivated by how can I make the most money, and not necessarily like, how can I make the world a better place or ease some of the challenges for people, ask them what they need and then build to that, because they don't get the return on investment. And I would just argue, if you really meet people's needs, you will always get a return on investment, because everybody will eventually need a landline. So
yes, and people will always participate in that which they help to create, right?
Yes, yes.
So I say the same message going into corporate America as an operations specialist, right? Like, ask all of your people when it comes to change management, any change that you want to implement, you have to talk to everyone and let everyone play devil's advocate. And also share the wins, right? And then, to your point, build and design around that. But don't take a leadership position. And because you have even if you're a PhD, I will urge this, right? Don't pass down decisions assuming that you know everything, because it's not possible, right? You have people in place and a team for a reason. And when you get everybody's advice and everybody's opinion at a core root, it really matters to people. Like you care.
When we do our roundtable events and we bring in our experts, I say your job is just to listen. And you may think you have the answer, and maybe you do. But as an anthropologist, when I go out, I listen for a very long time because you don't know the critical considerations and your solutions may have unintended consequences. So the responsible, dare I say, ethical thing to do is to listen. Listen. And so I think that once we listen, I think some of the solutions will show themselves. But we don't spend a lot of time listening. We think we have all the answers. I'm okay with not knowing, and I'm okay with being wrong. And if more people in the industry were willing to do those things, I think we could make a lot more progress by passing the mic to people who have more expertise than even we have, because they have the lived experience, right?
Yeah, because they're living it. Yes.
Mhm.
And they're in it. Like you said, field, right? I have so much appreciation for field operations. Again, like I've done it and I've lived it, and I know how to get groups, mass groups, as do you, right? And you're in education, which is even more precious because of the youth and the young lives that you're touching. So thank you.
I do more than just education, but I love it here because actually the young people have all the answers. That's what I found. Every solution, every insight I have usually comes from Gen Z or Gen Alpha. And so I love being here.
Yes, this is like a huge, like my point, right? But where can people find you? Like people are going to have questions after this, and then I'm going to close it with our last question, which is a big one. But yeah, where can people find you?
Please go to the virtualworldsociety.org and become an individual member. It's free. And on that website, you'll be able to find me and a bunch of other people that want to make the world a better place using emerging technology. You'll be able to click on my LinkedIn. You'll be able to click on Tom Furness, our founder's LinkedIn. All of us are willing to help. So please go to virtualworldsociety.org.
Awesome. And I'm assuming you'll accept anybody who's coming through who may want to even help in some capacity or some way, right?
Yes. And if you click on my LinkedIn, please reach out to me on LinkedIn and we can connect you to other groups of people that are also trying to do good. And you can come and have fun with us. We are fun, happy people trying to do good. So
yes, I love that. Okay. And then the last question coming at you, like I said, it's a bigger one, is future visions. So looking ahead, how do you envision the evolution of immersive opportunities, right, over the next decade and beyond, potentially?
So again, I'm going to go to the youth. So I think all emerging tech is going to be pushed forward by the young people. I say that the young people will build their landing gear while they're flying the plane. And the rapid change that we're seeing is going to require that type of ingenuity and innovation. And so they will lead us into the future. They have good hearts. They are brilliant people, young people who really want to live in a world that reflects the goodness that they have. And so we just need to get out of their way. They'll listen to us if we're kind and respectful. And so I think that the real evolution of all of these emerging tech opportunities are really going to be led by this group of fearless, innovative, brilliant, kind young folk. And I can't wait for it.
Yes, and I agree with all of that. And the reason why I do is because I'm always trying to educate people when I'm in communication with them, right, about conscious leadership, because that's what I do, bring people into conscious awareness, especially leaders, right? So vitally important right now. But it's that whole, I know that when you look around the world, I know you got to go. But when you look around the world, right, there's so many more superheroes. There's so many more people than there is not. And the doom and the gloom that we see on a regular basis, and our basic journalism of it, if it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead, has got to go away. And this next push of generation is going to shine. Like they're going to shine bright. Like
they understand how to create media based off of things other than clickbait. And so they're going to lead us in us following the good. And I can't wait. So thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about this with you. It was my pleasure.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse Summit 2024. What an amazing fireside chat with Dr. Angelina, and what very interesting conversation in that last fireside chat. But now we have an amazing panel here with us today, and we're going to be talking about the immersive era of human betterment. What we're going to do before we get into the topic, we're just going to quickly introduce ourselves, quick 30-second intro each, and then we'll get into the deep dive discussion for this roundtable. So I'll start with myself quickly, and then we'll go over to Lorenzo, and then Paige, and then Miranda. So those of you who don't know me, my name is Russell Bundy. I'm the CEO of MadMop, and I'm also the Director of Arts for GatherVerse. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. So Lorenzo, over to you.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here. Thank you so much for this amazing program that you put together. So important, I think, at this particular stage of the evolution of this amazing industry that we all sort of have been in, know, and love. Whatever we call it, it's an amazing industry. I think we all feel that every day when we're part of that. I'm the CEO of Cleanbox Technology. My background in tech started in built my first blinking website, and I was so excited about that. And got excited about virtual reality in 1991 from a film, had no idea how and when, if it would ever happen. So to be at this point, a few years later, seeing the evolution of XR and AI, the convergence of all this amazing hardware and technology, and the people, most important, the people that are behind it, that are leading it, the passion we see every single day, every single event that we go to, it's really remarkable. And so I'm excited to be here. Normally, Amy Hedrick, who's the CEO and founder, would be here, but she's taking a much needed short vacation. So I got the pleasure of stepping in. So pleasure to be here.
Welcome, Lorenzo. Thank you very much for introduction. Paige, over to you. Hello, welcome.
Thank you so much, Russell. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for gathering us together with Miranda and Lorenzo. I'm thrilled to be here at GatherVerse. I'm Paige Dansinger, the founding director of Better World Museum, Horizon Art Museum, Women in Horizon, and I also work at BitSpace XR as the senior director of community and metaverse development. I'm really love to work with groups, individuals, and communities that are building for a better world using sort of an of-by for all community basis.
Awesome. Thank you very much for joining us, Paige. And last but not least, Miranda, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you so much to the whole GatherVerse team for bringing together such a strong community to talk about these important issues. My name is Miranda Lutz. I'm the Senior Director of Public Policy at the XR Association. We are the trade association representing the immersive technology industry. And our mission is to promote the responsible development of XR in a way that betters society. So very much looking forward to this particular panel. And my job at XRA is to work mainly with policymakers to help educate them about the potential of XR and help them create sound governance frameworks for this technology.
Welcome, Miranda, and thank you very much for joining us. And thank you for everyone, all the panelists, for joining us. So we're going to get into the first slide, if this is going to work. There we go. Right, so how can immersive technologies change the working world in the AI era? And we'll hand this one over to Lorenzo because he was already talking about AI. So Lorenzo, do you want to jump in on this lovely topic quickly and have your first words of the round?
Sure, an easy one, just a fastball down the middle, no problem. How will it change? So, I think all of us probably are fans of AI at this point. I mean, familiar with it, comfortable with chat and all these other technologies. I had a chance just literally last weekend to take a one-day course on a new product called Mind Studio, which is actually allowing us to integrate the world of the web, all the technologies that are out there with LLMs of various types, and actually prompt the prompts. And I got to see sort of firsthand what this could look like in the future. And it's both remarkable and also, I have to be honest, quite scary from a work that we've done in the past perspective to where we're headed in the future. tremendous opportunity. I'm a big believer that tech will actually improve the life of people. I really have to believe that, otherwise I wouldn't be in this space myself. But seeing the power of what AI has today, and I still think of it like, a 2-3-year-old child. We're teaching it things, we're talking to it. I'm always very nice to chat. I tell people this all the time. I don't know the day that it'll wake up and call me on the phone and be like, hey, I've got some ideas for you. So
that'll be cool.
I think it'll be cool and also quite scary at the same time.
Yeah.
So there's so many challenges and opportunities in this, but I think we're already seeing the potential for these technologies to create content. If we're going to have these really immersive worlds, all of us that have worked in the space know how challenging and cost time consuming it is to actually build three-dimensional content that's rich, interactive. So if we have tools at our disposal, and they're already here, I think to various degrees, I'll let the other panel members talk about that. But if we have a chance to actually start leveraging these more and giving more access to people, students, to use these technologies to sort of, just like we prompt chat to help us write an article or help us consider questions, having a technology that allows to prompt and create three-dimensional worlds with interactivity, I think is going to be tremendously powerful for the growth of our industry.
No, 100% agree with that. And I think it's kind of like a double-edged sword as well, right? On one side, you could see it like helping and, enhancing and making things more faster and proficient and, instantly being able to make images like with a click of your finger, etc. And then you've also got the other side where, it can be used for like bad, right? And like, could AI take over the world and all this kind of sort of stuff, like Terminator style and all this sort of stuff. So, so it's kind of like a double-edged sword. And I think it's kind of just how you use it, which is, the best way in helping, people work more proficient and more, just continue moving things forward in this new technology as it moves forward. And Paige, what are your thoughts on the AI and everything? What are your thoughts personally?
Well, personally, I really love it. I just finished a 6-week course with the Mission Impact Academy for using AI to streamline my workflow. And I literally use it in pretty much everything that I do.
Yeah.
But when I also scroll through like a social feed, I can't help but also see my artist friends having real legitimate concerns of their livelihood, their copyright, their feeling of existential dread of losing a sense of individualist expression and the value of what that may be. So I think that I'm a yes and no. I absolutely love it. But at the same time, if we could use, now we have this amazing opportunity, knowing the potential impacts could be severe for certain communities, especially diverse community with inherent biases and well, a list of potential known issues, that we have this opportunity to work now together to form ethics, to form codes to protect artists, to also ensure, instead of job loss, job creation. So we are actually in control of how the future is with these technologies. And it's really by discussions like this that we're engaged in now, as well as action. So when you're using, if you're a company that's using AI to optimize your flow and you're seeing a redundancy in your writers or your artists or your video creators, why not then actually create better opportunities and education using AI to level up and make them even more valuable? So
yeah, I mean, just to kind of iterate the creative side, I mean, so Madbop is basically like NFT music platform, right? So we basically help women creators specifically in, distributing their assets as NFTs and selling them and etc. Right? And one thing that we've kind of seen a lot of is when people like creators are using AI and then combining that with like their like normal size of what they say, like for example, let's say they create a song behind the scenes, right? And that's their song. And then they use an AI to create another song. Like they're kind of like two different kind of like songs, so to speak. And normally, like when you're like combining them both together, like you're infusing them. So basically, like the AI could be like the song in the background, and then the artist could have like their own vocals over the top without AI. I think that's where it's going to be like a really kind of good collaboration between the artist and AI. But if AI starts kind of like taking over the creative aspect, right, and like taking over the voices and stuff like that, then that's where the issues are going to come in. As we're seeing at the moment with the whole TikTok and Universal fallout thing, that was kind of like a big deal as well. But anyway, I'm going off course. But the point is AI can, like I said, be used for good, but also used for bad. And I just think that balance is extremely important as we move forward. So, but anyway, let's go on to the next slide, which is what are the ethical considerations in deploying immersive technologies for social good? So Miranda, I will hand this one over to you. What are your thoughts?
Sure, and I just want to briefly pick up on something that Paige said, talking about job loss with AI, because that is a fear that we hear on the regular from the policymakers that we work with. At the same time, we hear frustration over job shortages in critical industries like healthcare or advanced manufacturing or teaching and education. And I think XR can bridge the gap is how I think of it. So XR can be used in conjunction with AI to help upskill workers and retrain them. I think of companies like BMW that are retraining their mechanics and technicians using AI and XR to transition from internal combustion engines over to electric vehicles. That's an entirely different skill set, and they're able to keep those people in the workforce, which I think is really important. To this question about the ethical considerations, do you have?
Oh, you have just dropped off for a second there. And she's dropped off. All right. Yeah, Paige, do you want to join in on this conversation? I'm
happy to see. Oh, I thought Miranda might have been back.
She's back. She's out. She's in. She's out.
Well, I really want to support what Miranda is saying about how that we, like I said, this is our great opportunity, and we can educate and upskill and create a wonderful pipeline of learning with our XR technologies.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
gotcha, Miranda.
Yeah, Miranda, welcome back. Do you want to join back in on the discussion? And I don't need to leave us again. I know I don't want to like scare you or anything. Like,
I know it's a big question. No, but I think I mean, this can maybe touch on one of the ethical considerations is making sure that everyone has equitable access to these technologies, and it's not just to the hardware itself, it's also to broadband infrastructure and high-speed internet, which case in point is very important. And so I think investing in the connectivity infrastructure will be really important. I think as more products come online and the form factor increases, the cost will decrease for these technologies, which I think will be really essential in making sure that XR isn't something that expands the digital divide. You know, the two kind of hallmark policy focuses that we have in this area is privacy and safety. So what does it mean for us to be using these immersive technologies in our home, in our private life? What information is being captured and shared? How are companies being transparent to users about how that data is captured and shared? I think will be really important. And I think we're starting to shift to a world, and hopefully we're starting to shift to a world where individual users have greater control over their data and how that is shared. And then I think safety is an essential ethical consideration. How can this technology be deployed in a way that is physically, emotionally, and mentally safe for all users. And so something that we've worked on at the XR Association is we just published a white paper last week called Charting the Future of Immersive Technology, where we look at some of the considerations that will need to be made around young people in XR and safety and well-being. And particularly, there's a big lack of research in how immersive technologies affects the development of children. And so we're encouraging greater research in that area, because I think that'll be important in order to unlock all of the benefits of XR technology, which I think I caught the tail end of what Paige was saying, but it can truly lift up communities. It provides new modalities for education. It can be used for, to enhance surgeons as they're doing surgery, improve patient outcomes. There's so many benefits of this technology. We just need to make sure we have the right frameworks in place to roll it out ethically.
No, I think that's perfect what you said there, and also it kind of makes me think of what was it, Apple Vision Pro? Kind of like, what the potential of that is, well, at least the style of it, of what it's going to be like, and how it can be used. Obviously, we're way off in, having like a pair of sunglasses, so to speak, and being able to, walk around with them. But, we're definitely heading towards that way. And I think, it can be used, for social goods. And also like incorporating the AI side within that as well. I think that would be, key as well. Basically being able to look up to something and then being able to find the details of that instantly within seconds without even like having to, Google it or, anything like that. So Lorenzo, I want to bring you in on this as well, because obviously from an AI aspect and from a blockchain aspect and all these other immersive technologies going on as well. What are your thoughts on kind of those sort of sides for social good?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, what got me really excited about 9 years ago when we pivoted, we had a digital agency that I was a co-founder of in Miami. They're still going. I left in 2020, but the thing that got me really excited about the XR industry was seeing the impacts of social good. Let's call it very broadly that, right? But empathy, creating environments that would help people understand social problems. We did at the time, a lot of work in Latin America with nonprofits to bring attention to farmers that were being impacted by climate change and helping to retrain them through these technologies. We worked with landmine safety and impact. That was, these are areas that most people don't know about, they don't think about. But the amazing power of the technology is that the immersiveness of it is so memorable and so visceral for people that, the experiences that we had people going through, they were coming out literally in tears because it was just that impactful. And I think that's important. When we talk about social good, a lot of these are things that that we really need people to walk away with not just an understanding of at a top, we need to have them feel it, right? And this technology enables really people to feel and remember it. I recall very recently at an event in Paris at the Musée d'Orsay. It was the VR Van Gogh experience, which I think most recently it was an HTC Vive Arts event, got something like 600,000 visitors. And mind you, I had spent 5 weeks in Europe. I'd seen some of the most amazing art in the world. That experience, I still remember to this day. It was visceral, it was emotional, and it was 10 minutes. But I see that as the potential. The downside, I think Miranda talked about these points as Paige did as well, which is we still live in a digital divide world. I mean, this is still a major problem. I think as of 2021, something like 23% of people did not have access to internet and broadband. We're accelerating. You mentioned the Apple Vision Pro, which I agree is another leap forward for our industry, but at the same time, it's an expensive device that is really bringing in people from kind of the top echelons into XR, which is great. We need the CEOs to put on VR headsets and go, wow, this is amazing. We can use this in all these different ways. And so I think it's excellent from that perspective, but we really need to consider how do we bring these technologies closer to the people, particularly in remote areas, underserved areas, where it can have a lot of impact and a lot of good, but without which, we're going to be sort of talking within our own bubbles and our own ecosystems. And that's the part that I have concerns with as we continue to accelerate the technology. How are we focused as an industry in making sure that technology is reaching everyone, not just sort of the more select few.
Yeah, I mean, there's, that's a crazy stat. First of all, I've never, that's a lot of people that still need to get access to broadband. But not only that, right? When we were talking about AI earlier, right? I mean, we're talking potentially millions of people like potentially losing their job by 2030, and it's going to be a big thing. And then plus you've got XR, and then you got AR, then you got blockchain, then you got NFTs, then you got metaverse. Like, add all these different technologies on top of each other, and we're talking about like a complete different world that's never even been seen before. And the mix of reality with digital reality as well, which is a whole another crazy thing as well. So yeah, I mean, it's just we need to just kind of keep moving forward, putting humanity first, focusing on the good in the world, and just keep using it for good rather than using it for other gains or anything like that. So which brings me on to my next question, which is how can we ensure that these immersive technologies are accessible to all communities? Or actually, we just spoke about the internet. 25% of the people not having it. So how can we make it more accessible to more communities? Paige, I'll bring you on this one.
All right, thank you. Well, I'd really like to circle back to something that Dr. Angelina Dayton talked about, is really using this technology as not only as a listening tool, but a platform for creating and facilitating opportunities that are led by communities, so that experiences that are formed are led, that are of, by, for all of the community. So really like considering from the design of the Apple Pro and who's able to really, like, when you consider like the guy on the subway doing
I watched that, yeah.
Well, who else is safe to do that? Is a diverse person or a woman safe to do that? Or is the design conducive for allowing that? So from design to the very embedded experiences of future cities, having embedded experiences with XR, and who is able to be seen and who is able to share. So really considering that these are of, by, for all experiences, so that there's a dissolvation of that overwhelming powerlessness that people have, and the divisionism within our greater structural environment.
Yeah, I mean, I just, it kind of makes me think, like, it makes me think as well, like, just kind of from what you said is how can we make this, like, all this technology so simple that anyone can use or be able to immerse themselves in or be a part of, right? Because I think that is one of the biggest issues that I found, even like 2 years ago when NFTs were, hyped back in 2021, and there was a whole massive thing about it, and people just think it was JPEGs and all this sort of stuff. Like, the barrier to entry going just to purchase one NFT was ridiculously high. And, I think, as things, it becomes more accessible and platforms integrating the blockchains behind the scenes rather than not making it the main thing, allowing people to log in with an email and passwords rather than having a MetaMask wallet, or, being able to pay in your credit card and debit card other than crypto, all these different things that makes it more accessible for everybody. That's how I think it's going to be more accessible to a lot more communities, by simplifying it. So in that way, then everyone can come on board and be a part of it, and be able to wear the future Apple Vision Pro, or be able to purchase the future digital NFT, or be able to immerse themselves in different metaverses, And I definitely think that is one of my main things, and what I'm seeing a lot more of now, as kind of the NFT space in particular has kind of moved forward, and also XR and the metaverse. I mean, the metaverse is transforming really fast as well, and becoming more easy and more accessible. So I definitely think that is kind of like the way forward. And I just kind of like thought about this whilst you was talking, Paige. So you kind of like triggered my mind as we were talking. So but yeah, I'll go ahead, Paige. Did you want to say something else?
No, just how much I like that. That's exactly what these conversations are able to ignite further thoughts that turn into actions together.
Yeah, and I really believe that, like at the end of the day, we've got to all come together to make this world a better place, and the more of us there are together, and the more of us that unite, the better for the world. And Miranda, we'll bring you on this conversation as well, from an XR standpoint, and from what you've seen and from your personal experience. What have you seen in being able to make it more accessible to more communities?
Yeah, I think a really important goal of the industry should be to build a more diverse XR workforce, because if you bring in diverse perspectives, diverse experiences from the ground up, not just from like the engineering and design perspective, but also from product management and sales, like across the board, all of these things come together to create these immersive communities. And the more diversity we can have, the better and stronger those communities will be. And so I think this comes down to education and digital literacy, starting at like the elementary and middle school levels. Kids need to be able to see career pathways into XR, and I think that's not quite visible yet. So something that we talk a lot about at XRA is how we can get these technologies into local communities via libraries or community centers or other community-oriented facilities that can help democratize access and teach kids about the career pathways, and then also how they can be a responsible citizen in an online community, because increasingly everything is going to be digitized as we're heading towards an immersive metaverse. It'll be really important for kids to have those skills, and so that they can then grow up to build these really amazing diverse platforms. And I also think that AI will have a role to play here. I think it will accelerate the development of certain bespoke features, and there are already so many good best practices out there for how to embed accessible features into XR devices and platforms, but they have to be implemented. And so I think AI can help accelerate the implementation of the many best practices that are already out there.
No, I agree. I mean, yeah. Lorenzo, actually, I'm just going to bring you in on this because I can see you dying to get involved. So go ahead, Lorenzo. Come on in.
No, I was just thinking, like, each one of these questions, they're so good, and these are the sparks of conversation. You could have literally a one-day event on each one of these topics. I almost feel like we need to start having those big broad on very specific things, bring in the data and seeing what's actually happening, because there's a lot of things happen. I have an interesting vantage point with Cleanbox. I'm sure much, like Miranda and the XRA and folks that are we work across so many industries and across the world, right? So I have this opportunity to kind of see what's happening in many different ways. And we see a lot of activity in the entertainment space, and, whether it's arcades and museums, education, of course, healthcare, government, DoD, manufacturing, across all ranges, using this technology to train their employees of the future, as Miranda and Paige said, make it faster to train all the shortage of people that we have across a whole range of areas. If you look at the Department of Labor shortages, many of those are what we would call in the past, blue collar positions, but there's not enough people to repair airplanes. There's not enough people to fix, plumbing. We're literally at a shortage. And so this technology, I'm just sort of piggybacking on something Miranda just said, which is bringing this to communities and libraries and making this technology available. And I totally agree with that. I think we need to use kind of like the arcade model that's now flourishing and booming, but make these sort of, I won't call them arcades, but these VR immersive centers where people can come in for free and participate and learn and explore maybe, various types of experiences that are more focused on social good, on the arts, on communities, built by the local communities, built by the students. There's a lot of potential to do that. And, ultimately, I think it's a question of commitment and money. and I don't think the U.S. is spending enough money right now in this critically important technology. We have a huge gap, and we do see that changing. The XRA, massive kudos to what you guys are doing in terms of bringing this up to Congress and making sure that they're aware of the potential of these technologies. But I feel like if it doesn't start there, that's not entirely true. There's a lot of grassroots activity that's happening. And so I don't want to discount that, but I think, when we're talking about building, interstates, it's not something that grassroots can do on their own. They need big funding. They need big initiatives behind it. And our job is to make sure that the people that are in charge of those budgets are listening and aware of the potential and the importance and the need of these technologies.
Yeah, if I could just hop on to that real quick, because we actually did a research project with George Washington University last year doing a comparative analysis of how the US government, in comparison to the UK, EU, South Korea, and Japan, are nurturing immersive technologies. And just to hit it home, the TLDR is that the US is far behind, even though we are home to many of the titans of industry and the really exciting small startups that are in the space. The government has not invested as it should in these technologies from an R&D perspective, from an education perspective. I mean, North Korea has metaverse academies that are fully paid for, that are teaching students not just the technical skills that are needed, but all the creative skills that are needed to create immersive experiences. So I do think that government has an important role to play, and we are strongly encouraging the US to step up in this regard.
Amen. All right, so our next question, which is, in what ways can immersive tech foster global collaboration for social justice? Very interesting discussion. And Miranda, you did just briefly mention it, of course, with your study.
Yeah, I think there are a couple different ways. One, the tech itself, I think, can be a platform for bringing people together. We know of instances of the State Department diplomats using it to hold meetings during the pandemic because, body language or a sense of presence is so important in diplomacy. And so there is, even though Avatar, quite where we want them to be, we just got legs in Horizon Worlds. It does make a difference. And I also want to pick up on what Lorenzo said earlier about the power of immersion to build empathy. And I think that's really a promising area, because I think that you can tear down preconceived notions and build community in a way that is very unique in immersive environments. And so I think of, issues like climate change, which has really struggled to gain traction in the US in a way that results in meaningful policy change. So how can we use XR technology to educate policymakers about the climate crisis or other humanitarian crises, from refugees to natural disasters? There's a real impact that you can have there. And I think that is really important. And this can happen on a global scale. It can help break down geographic borders. And what we're hoping is that governments at an international level will start to raise these issues in forums like, the G7, the US Trade and Technology Council, the UN, OECD, because I think it'll be really important to have a global governance framework for these technologies. The metaverse is not going to recognize geographic borders. And so we need to make sure that we have the frameworks in place to support its use for social justice matters.
And of course, GatherVerse will be there as well, bringing everyone together in a global collaboration. But Paige, over to you, because I can see you going, put me on the screen. So go ahead, Paige.
Well, I'm so excited about what Miranda is talking about, in that the XR Association is looking at looking at social justice with such a deep lens. At Better World Museum, we really, Better World Museum was a brick and mortar museum for over 5 years, downtown Minneapolis. Oh, I think I froze a little bit, but can you still hear?
We can still hear you loud and clear, so you can keep going.
Okay, great. It was a brick and mortar museum for over 5 years, and my background had been working in museums for over 20 years. And when we pivoted 100% into virtual reality, we really saw this as, well, not only did we use VR while we were a brick and mortar museum to create the VR garden, which over 4,000 people drew something that would go into a garden, and we turned that into a traveling pop-up. We went through Asia and the US and areas that were impacted by climate, to other social injustices, meeting with women and teens in many communities. But then Better World Museum itself made a commitment to dismantle the structure of museums inside the metaverse by creating like this very typical like museum template, and inviting artisan residents to dismantle the museum and make their vision of a better world. To date, we have had one artist, Angel Artist, that created a museum for Black women. She completely like changed the colors of the walls. She obliterated the entire like structure of the typical museum to create her vision through visual reconstructions of art from Black artists, to her own poetry and visual language as well. We had one person, VJ Franz K., who created a museum on neurodiversity and inclusion and connection over competition. And we had Shay Arts create a world about positive affirmations in her community, based by her life in her community in Memphis. And really, like these worlds that have been created really dismantle the hierarchies of a traditional museum. And by creating this sort of this way for removing that pyramid structure from, I mean, these aren't my museums, they're their museums. They've been shared by those members even at like Games for Change and in presentations like for XR Women in Paris. So they become their own museums, right? And voices. And these kinds of programs that intentionally dismantle structural like injustices to reform different opportunities to raise diverse voices can only lead to a ripple of impact for positive good. We're currently looking at how mixed reality and XR can create green edible cities, so that we're using technology, IoT, data, AI, and XR technologies to create like urban, edible, green cities that are infrastructures and infused with AR art that is created by community members, right? So that the entire city becomes their place of empowerment.
Wow, well said. I mean, hang on, I'm soon to be lagging for a little bit, but I'm back now. Yeah, no, well said. I mean, honestly, for there'll be lots of people going on about like, from a city standpoint, if you're going to be using that in the city, like, basically like the power consumption and how's that going to affect the planet, and they'll say all about this sort of stuff. And what I would say to people like that is, say, hey, like, there's technology now, like especially blockchain technology, etc. And blockchains, like for example, Polygon, Tezos, all these kind of green economic, power consumptions. I mean, some of these blockchains, when you create an NFT, is less than a tweet, like a power consumption to create one NFT. So like the power consumption these days for blockchain and in NFTs and in general, is a lot lower than whatever it used to be before. So I think, as XR as well, kind of continues to grow and stuff as well, I think the power consumption that will go down as well dramatically. I think eventually, the power will go so low that basically it won't hopefully be affecting the planet anymore, and that we can have a great world where, there is no greenhouse gases and there's no more global warming and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of like one aspect from a social justice standpoint, which I think could help and bring people together as well. And another thing that I was thinking about as well was the blockchain side, right? Because the blockchain side, brings everything into, you can see everything that's happening. You can see transactions happening from one person to another. You can see, like, if, for example, you buy a piece of food and you know where that came from originally. Again, this is another technology that brings people together. So all of these technologies, I think, combined will eventually bring everyone together. But it's just a matter of, making it accessible to everyone and everything we basically, we spoke about before. So, yeah. But anyway, I want to go to the next question now, which is, what role, because I know we ran out of time as well, so we might have to kind of be very quick with this one. So what role does user-generated content play in promoting compassion and inclusion through immersive experiences? Now, Paige, you did briefly touch on that, but I did want to bring in Lorenzo onto this because I know he has some very unique insights into this. So Lorenzo.
Yeah, look, I'm going to echo what Paige said, because I think she gave a very clear example of what that looks like and what that can look like. It's a tough one to answer because it varies based on the experience. In general, I'm not sure how much user-generated content's happening today in our immersive experiences. I think actually it's sort of the opposite right now. We are, creatives, technologists, people with very good intentions are creating amazing environments with varying degrees of ability to impact. But when you look at something, for example, like Roblox, right, which is bringing millions and millions of kids, sort of an under-discussed entry point for a metaverse for kids of young ages, and you see what they do and they create in there. It's remarkable. They're building worlds, they're building cities, they're interacting, they're buying, they're selling products, they're creating sort of their own digital twin of their own world of the future. And I really love Paige's idea on using this technology to envision what a green city could look like, right? In my mind, climate impact is probably the most important danger that we face globally. And, that just recent reports are talking about the collapse of the Atlantic currents. They're talking about the collapse of the Amazon rainforest. These are all things that we have to, in my opinion, zero in on as a global community and try to develop experiences in whatever capacity those are, whether those are pre-built that give you a sense of the impact to a sense of to an actual ability to create one's own experiences. I haven't seen too many examples of where people can do that effectively in immersive environments today. But I think what Paige described in terms of recreating your museum is a really beautiful idea of that.
Yeah, and I think metaverse is maybe gonna be a big way in how things could move forward in creating these generating more content, and also bringing people into immersive experiences. I definitely think the whole Apple Pro thing, I know they're very big and bulky, and the power on them runs out within 2 hours or something like that. I've seen it. I saw the same thing that you saw, Paige, with the guy running around Subway. It was very interesting. I know that technology and that stuff isn't anywhere near there yet, but I definitely think that as that sort of technology moves forward, and then on top of like the likes of Roblox and Fortnite and all these different metaverses, and then plus as we use AI and as we use NFTs in these immersive worlds, because also NFTs are going to be just as important in metaverses and VR and AR as well. And then on top of all that, you've got the decentralization of blockchain. I think all of this is just going to come into one massive ball. And I think it's just going to make these immersive experiences even more bigger and better, from the likes of events to conferences to, doing what we're doing now, for example, to, creative aspects as well, like museums and, festivals and everything like that. So we're actually running out of time because Christopher is just notifying me going, we've only got a few minutes. So what I wanted to do was, for the kind of last few minutes, was I wanted to give you about like a minute each to basically just tell people basically like your last thoughts, and basically like where people can find you, etc., so that they can connect with you. And if they want to talk to you about, XR stuff further, or any sort of particular subject you brought up further, then they can do that. So we'll start with you, Miranda. So where can basically people find you, connect with you, and any sort of last words you want to say?
Sure. Well, I encourage folks to check out the XRA website, which is xra.org. We have a ton of great resources out there for policymakers, for developers, for folks that are just interested in the XR field and are looking to understand a little bit more about the use cases that are out there. So it's a great resource. You can find me on LinkedIn, and encourage you to reach out to me individually, particularly if you have questions on the policy angle. We're always looking for stories to bring to policymakers about how XR is impacting daily citizens' lives. So look forward to connecting with you all, and thank you for this platform.
Thank you very much, Miranda, and thank you for being with us on the panel today. Lorenzo, over to you. Where can people find you? Any last words, etc.?
Yeah, no, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. It's such a great panel, so many interesting questions. You can find me on LinkedIn, or encourage you to take a look at Cleanbox Technology. One of the reasons that I think what we're doing is really important at the end of the day is that we focus on sustainability. We focus on new standards that are breaking the status quo of how we handle these headsets. And in my opinion, headsets that are shared in any environment are like plates in a restaurant. You've got to fully clean them between every use. And as sort of baseline as that sounds, what we've learned from our experiences and our clients is that it actually brings more people into the metaverse if they feel that it's safe and it's organized and it's well managed. And so that's really sort of what we focus on. We focus also on the sustainability aspect of removing the use of antibacterial wipes that are another contributor of pollution in our already damaged ecosystem. So that's what kind of wakes me up in the morning. That's what I'm excited about. And I'd love to talk with anybody about, any of these ideas. And, if I can get involved in some way, shape, or form, I'm always happy to help.
And they can find you, Lorenzo, on LinkedIn as well. Lorenzo Valloni, yeah?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's right.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming on, Lorenzo. And Paige,
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually cringing thinking about using a VR headset somewhere without it in a clean box. I can't even imagine that. So thank you for the technologies, Lorenzo, and Miranda. Thank you for your focus on policy making, and Russell, blockchain all the way. I love the power that decentralization and transparency is going to bring into the metaverse.
Paige, sorry, just jump on Paige. We're running out of time. Do you want to just say where people can find you, connect with you?
LinkedIn or at BitSpace Development.
All right, thank you so much, Paige. Sorry to just cut you off, but we're running out of time. And obviously, you can find me as well on LinkedIn as well, Russell Bundy. You can connect with me on there as well. Any sort of discussions that we spoke about today, you can reach out on there as well. And obviously, you can connect with anyone on this amazing panel. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming on. And Christopher, I think we are ready to go out.
Hello everyone, I am Safa Al-Attar, CEO of Al-Istidama and Middle East Director at GatherVerse. I have seen firsthand how technology can empower lives, and today I want to explore with you how immersive technology is revolutionizing the way women access training and education, especially those facing daunting barriers. Imagine Fatima, a single mother in a war-torn village where her children are asleep. She dons VR headsets, not seeking escape but opportunity. She studies nursing in simulated hospital wards. She hones her skills for the future she yearns to build for her family. Picture a refugee engineer learning construction techniques and immersive simulations before rebuilding her community. This, my friends, is not a futuristic fantasy. It's the transformative power of immersive technology in action. Immersive tech breaks down traditional walls of classrooms and training centers. It brings learning to women's homes, workplaces, and even conflict zones. It transcends physical limitations and cultural constraints, offering unprecedented access to knowledge and skills. But this horizon is not clear for everyone. High costs of headsets and internet, limited infrastructure in rural areas, and cultural biases against women education create significant barriers. We cannot let these challenges dim the promise of immersive learning. We need affordable headsets, subsidized internet in underserved areas, and culturally relevant VR content that respect diverse values. We need educators trained to harness this technology potential and investors who believe in its power to transform lives. Let's be the architects of an inclusive, immersive future where no woman education is limited by circumstance. Let's create the world where immersive classrooms reach every corner, where women can bridge skills gaps, pursue careers, and build better lives for themselves, their families, and their communities. The time to act is now. Together, we can make this vision a reality. Thank you for listening.
Greetings, this is William Jackson here in Jacksonville, Florida, and may your gather be well. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here once again speaking at the GatherVerse Summit here in 2024. Aida and I are so proud to be able to share our knowledge and experiences and representation of the value and importance of being involved in emerging technologies. We work together as a team, husband and wife. We share content that enriches and encourages and inspires youth, teens, young adults, not just here locally in Jacksonville, Florida, but on a global level as well. Taking the understanding and the concepts with technology that is not just all about gaming. It is about formulating ideas. It's about critical thinking. It's about higher order thinking and rationalization. It's about solving problems and embracing imagination. We enjoy the process of working with young people and adults as well to show them that there is no need to be scared of technology and even the rapid changes of artificial intelligence and AI or virtual reality or VR or metaverse that is blending dynamic platforms where people can create dynamic content to be able to have avatars that walk through and engage with each other. These are transformative times, and they require a change of thinking, a transformative and even a pivotal change in the understanding of how technology will continue to change how we interact with each other, how we learn from each other, and the blending of education and business and commerce and growing entrepreneurs. These can no longer be separated because technology allows the blending of each component to where there is a seamless integration and a seamless ability to take the educational model and blend it with the business model to encourage and empower entrepreneurs, to show youth, teens, and young adults that there's no limit to their imagination, there's no limit to their creativity, there is no limit to being innovative and creative. As a teacher of 33 years and recently retired, one of the challenges in education, and I'm sure a lot of people would agree, that there is the lack of integrating creative thinking, the ability to think out of the box, as we would say, the lack of time that students are given to contemplate and use their imagination in the learning environment. As education changes and it slowly grasps the concepts of the benefit of immersive environments like VR, virtual reality, and the metaverse, like taking their ideas and formulating questions to ask in generative AI to be able to understand how that knowledge can be fed back to them, which ultimately helps them in their reading and in their comprehension and taking those bits and pieces of information and blending it into worthwhile content. These are truly exciting and inspirational times where educational models must change and adapt, because if they don't, they are going to be leaving our students at a disadvantage of not being able to critically think with the realms of using technology with the ideas of combining the bits and pieces and parts of the technological tools and platforms and apps that they have at their disposal, whether they're using their phones, whether you're using tablets, whether you're using laptops, or even in some cases desktop computers. They equally have access to that information. Extracting that information and being able to use it to be critical thinkers. In our times where there's global warming, changes in climatic activity, understanding how fossil fuels are changing the dynamics of the ecosystems around the world, our youth, teens, and young adults are going to be the ones having to face the challenges of how to adapt to the environmental changes, how to help heal and redevelop and recondition our planet for future generations. The use of technology used in EV, electric vehicles, not just cars, but here in Jacksonville, where there are going to be EV buses soon, that you're going to need the programmers, you're going to need the coders, you're going to need the designers, and importantly, you're going to need the artists to be able to manage that technology to make sure that it works fluidly with the human environment. Actual ideas of IoT, Internet of Things, where the internet is blending with robotics technology and blending with people so that they are able to work side by side. These are times where we have to adjust. These are the times where we do have to modify our thinking and be openly creative and idealistic in how we're going to apply our current thinking to our future thinking and the application of technology. May our gather continue to be well, in which we support each other, we encourage each other, we collaborate importantly with each other to overcome the future challenges that we may face with AI, artificial intelligence, or creating immersive environments with VR. Using headsets of multiple types and the changes and opportunities that will give us to blend not just education, but blend it with business and commerce and entrepreneurship. We are gathered at this time in phenomenal times where we will be seeing each other in immersive environments, where we'll be able to see augmented reality and engage with our environment. These are great times to be entrepreneurs and leaders and dreamers and using our imagination and innovative skills as human beings to change those gaps between the have and have nots to where our blending to everyone supports and helps each other. Let our gather continue to grow. Let our gather continue to be awesome. Let our gather continue to be well. And thank you.
Well, hello. We have arrived. I've been so looking forward to having this conversation with you guys, and we are going to get right into it. So the name of this panel is The Classroom Revolution, Igniting Minds in the Age of Disruption. And I love that word, igniting. And we're gonna ignite this panel by you guys introducing yourself first. And as you introduce yourself, just give a quick note as to why this conversation is so important in this moment in time. So I first see Ellie next to me.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ellie. You can also call me Eli, last name Blahen. This conversation is very important to me as a recent graduate in my master's program in data analytics and computational social science, but also as somebody who very much so advocates for technoliteracy as a bridge and barrier to power, and how important it is to spread and share technoliteracy as technology advances.
Thank you, Dr. Morris.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Messina Morris. I am a senior assistant professor in the Department of Education at Morehouse College. I am trained as a biomolecular chemist and am the first Metaversity director in the world, where we teach our courses using immersive virtual reality at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. So I am the director of Morehouse in the Metaverse, and we have taught over 43 virtual reality courses across all disciplines. We also have flipped the classroom and allowed our students to become prosumers, so consuming the content, but also producing content. Our students just put on a wonderful gala for the third year in a row in the Metaverse, but we do experiences as well as academic courses, have seen student achievement gains increase and no learning losses. So I'm really proud to say that. And what excites me about this panel is just being in the room with so many brilliant minds and people that are pushing forward the landscape of education using technology to do it regardless of discipline. So that is what I call building the metaverse table and building it right.
Absolutely, absolutely. We got another doctor in the building, Dr. Francis.
Hello, how are you doing? Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Tammy. I go by Dr. Tammy. I'm at Del Mar College, and I've been an educator for over 23 years. And I also play in the space of just educating the community around the world, the globe, about retooling, upskilling, and reskilling. And so I am more interested in that. That's what I do. I like to have those conversations with my students. I am at a community college, and so those students in my classes, I'd like for them to start thinking about the future. What does it look like? What does the workforce look like in 4 to 6 years? Because many of them are non-traditional students, and so their engagement with technology is slightly different from the younger generations. And so so that's typically what I like to talk about. And I'm excited about this panel because I get to have that conversation. Some of the things that I'm advocating around is getting my particular institution is a little behind the curve when it comes to the emerging technologies, unlike Morehouse. And so I'm really advocating for us to think about how can they utilize these technologies around campus and the different areas. So I'm really just advocating for let's start playing with it. Let's start exposing our students to it. And so that's what I'm excited about, is just hearing what other people are doing and how they are igniting minds in this age of disruption.
Okay. Alan?
Hi, my name is Alan. I'm the founder of Studio Bahia. We're a nonprofit that designs therapies. We also help universities do trials with VR, and we also manufacture a little product, mobile VR headset. Thank you for having me today. It's really great to be here. I'm excited about this talk, mostly because we're in it, learning, and adapting at this time. And so we're all learning in different ways how to adapt this technology. So thank you for having me.
Okay, Melvin.
Today is a good day. How is everybody doing today?
Great.
I'm so excited. I'm about to get up and get my whiteboard. We're going to do a session.
Let's go. Come on, Melvin.
Let's do it. Melvin Anderson, CEO of Explore Skills, based in DC. Just moved from Atlanta a few years ago. Niece was just a first-year Spelman, so I'm excited for the Atlanta people.
Send her my way. Send her my way.
Definitely. You know I'm going to do that. But we are software developers of what's called career discovery tools for grades 3 through 12. What we do is we developed an ecosystem of 5 apps that exposes careers based upon the brands that kids use. How many careers are involved in taking a Nike shoe from an idea to my foot? Kids don't have a clue. It's 500 plus careers. How many careers are involved in making a movie? Count the credits is more than 1,000. So our platform uses the brands to draw them in, and then we show them all the opportunities within that brand. We do a soft launch this fall nationwide. It's free to all K through 12, but it's for profit. We got to make that money, that generational money. The second component we recently deployed is Project ESC, which is a project solely for U.S. Department of HUD communities. If you're not in one of these communities, you cannot participate. And I'm catching hell for not letting others in. Esports League, amateur and professional. The amateurs 13 to 18 receive free cyber and AI training delivered by HBCU students. So if you have an HBCU student, we're giving away 10 to 20 internships at every HBCU. They go to the site and register, and kids can register for the Esports League. So again, Project ESC, Esports, STEM, and Economic Development. My name is Melvin Anderson, CEO of Explore Skills.
Okay. And last but certainly not least, Jared.
Hey, nice to connect with everyone today. Thanks for having me on. My name is Jared Arms. I'm the founder and CEO of a nonprofit called Kyler.io Foundation, which was founded in 2014, based in St. Louis, Missouri. And I have a personal mission with trying to decrease gun violence by increasing STEM awareness. So for the last 10 plus years, I've been just teaching students from K up into college, just all the advanced tech skills from web development, Web3, cybersecurity, and all of that great stuff. We work with different corporations such as Aldi's, H&R Block. Just got a new partnership with the St. Louis Cardinals last year. And we also host an important website called childsextrafficking.org, which is in some update stages right now. But on another side, from the STEM development, we work with local law enforcement and just local operators to try to, raise their awareness and see how we could help out with some of these more important issues going on with these missing kids. So I'm excited today to connect with you all, and I'll be kind of keeping my responses based around like Web3 and blockchain to try to stay in a different lane.
Okay. Well, I definitely appreciate it. And I'm Jamal Thomas, Create the Future AI, focused on all things building young minds, building young hearts via emerging technology. And I love when I'm in rooms like this, when I'm not like the brightest guy. So, I'm willing to learn today as we go through this. So I'm definitely looking forward. So we don't all need to answer every single question. We got a bunch of questions. I don't know that we'll get through them all, but I want to hear, the brilliance that's associated with the work that you guys do on a day-to-day basis. So in terms, how do I get this? Let's see how to do the slides. So in terms of how technology can be integrated in the classroom without actually widening the digital divide, every single time that we have a industrial revolution or a revolution, it seems that people, minorities, people who are poor, people in rural areas, they seemingly get left behind. How do we make this particular revolution different? Who wants to grab that one?
I will. I think that partnership works. So purposeful partnerships with people in industry that will help you sustain whatever technological advances you want to put forth for your students. I think what's really important is to give back the educator power and autonomy in their classroom to be able to maneuver in that way. I think the most powerful thing about being in the metaverse for me at Morehouse was not necessarily that it was novelty, but it was that I had the ability to define what I wanted education to look like for my students differently because we have that type of autonomy. And I think that giving me that power gave me also ownership and responsibility over the outcome. And so because of that, I took particular attention to how we were delivering content, what the spaces look like, were they culturally responsive, could my students see themselves emulated in these spaces, and then how could I not pass on cost of equipment, of subscriptions, and all those kind of things on to the student. So part of that was to be in partnership with companies to write grants, to leverage the power that we have as academics to do that, to be on platforms like this and just spread the news so that people knew what we were doing, and when they wanted to join, they would participate. But I think that technology can increase the digital divide if it's not done purposefully and intentionally. And what typically happens is in inner cities or rural areas is that you'll have the technology, but you don't have the connectivity. You might have the computers, but you don't have the network connection. You might have everything, but not have the power source. You might have the computer, but not have enough storage. You might have not a good video card. So you get these little bitty pieces of it, but you never get the whole enchilada. And what we want to do is try to figure out how to democratize this technology so that every child has an opportunity to not just experience it, be exposed to it, but be proficient in using it and producing content in it. That's why we say build the metaverse table. That's why this is opportunistic reality. And that's why I spend a lot of time helping people find where they belong in the metaverse.
Ashe. Alan, I actually want to definitely hear from you on this because I know your company is working particularly in this area.
Yes, thank you. Just to add on to Dr. Morris, we're kind of conditioned in a way to receive services from these large kind of fiefdom, like oligarchic corporations in the United States, whether it's Google or Apple or Microsoft. But just to add to the autonomy of an instructor and a teacher and giving her greater strength, this past week, NVIDIA allowed you to download your own AI into your computer and work standalone. So it basically works just on the files that you have. It doesn't need to be connected to the internet. And so this sort of autonomy means that the AI will just be able to learn from the files you have and learn from just what you feed it. So the conditioning we have is that we need these services. And there's, I think, that a new trend in AI where you have your own AI. And that can help a classroom teacher to better understand where each student is in their development, where their own curriculum needs improvement or so forth. But I just wanted to add that on to Dr. Morris's, but because we're in this age where we're discovering all these new tools, and autonomy of that sort allows the teacher to have, greater powers and be able to read more closely how good their students are developing.
Thank you. Anybody else want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, I'll jump in on this one.
Okay.
Most people won't like me after this, but it is what it is. We chose to go specifically to the HUD community and say, this is your game. This is your baby. This is your league. This is your NFT marketplace. This is your platform, because of the situations that a lot of the kids from the HUD communities were always left out of the new technology. So we chose to select teaming with Cisco. We're doing cyber and AI, but we're masking the technology in the entertainment side of esports. So we're using NBA 2K, and we're replicating the NBA marketing model. We have hip hop apparel. We're getting ready to do a contest to get a male and female rapper to create a 5-song soundtrack. We're going to team up with all the influencers from the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, basketball, rappers and entertainers who grew up in HUD communities. In 32 cities, we're going to have 32 teams. So, and this is a tough one, we're not going into the schools. Every event we have will be within the HUD communities. There are plenty of centers, there are plenty of churches, there are plenty of facilities within the HUD communities teaming up with the parents. And we don't want to get involved in the politics. And of course, it's for profit. So we choose to mask the technology. So when they get into the esports and we start talking about analytics on how to be a better player, or if we're talking about how to take AI and develop a movie script, Now we're talking those kids' language. And before you know it, they'll be like, when are we going to learn about AI? No, you just created a movie script off of AI. So our goal is to mask the technology and give them something they call their own. Our motto is this: I see you and I love you, because the world is not saying that to these individuals. And we want to make sure they can call it their own. Nobody else gets in, and they can learn the technology. And once they get it, they don't even realize that Fortune 500 companies are selling products based upon their brand, based upon watching their kids, based upon all those things. Don't want to get started. Okay.
No, but Melvin,
Well,
I love that, because it's like, if you're going to define the culture, why don't you design the culture?
Thank you.
And so that's kind of like when I say build the metaverse table, what I'm talking about is like, if you're going to define the culture, if everything that you do is going to set the blueprint and for other people to emulate, then why don't you design it? Why don't you be strategic enough to get ahead of that and design what you want people to emulate? That way, then they won't be looking at stereotypes or other negative influences. You have an opportunity to write your own narrative. And I love edutainment with it, or even tangential learning, because listen, we got to meet these kids where they are. We give them too much fun all day anyway. Like back in the day, going outside was enough for us, but it's not enough for them when they have technology like they can go anywhere, explore anything, do anything. You know what I mean? We had to be able to go to the library.
Absolutely.
They're the most creative on the planet, and all we have to do is give them the tools and tell them specifically, you can do this. This is not rocket science.
Right.
It is not rocket
science. They know this stuff.
Yeah.
Without
you guys have given me the assist to go from this question to the next question, because part of what you've said is, what is the classroom? Like it doesn't just have to be school. It doesn't just have to be the way that it's done today. It's outside of school. Learning environments is what we're going to be able to talk about. And so the next question is about innovative pedagogical approaches, utilizing emerging tech. But I'm going to change it a little bit, and I'm going to talk about what about innovative pedagogical approaches, which is self-directed learning. Technology is going to allow kids to not just say, here you go to biology because it's 11 o'clock on this day, and because you're this age, and so you have to learn the way we told you to. It's going to allow for kids to say, that's what I'm interested in, and start to move into that direction. So who wants to tap in on let's hear from Ellie, Tammy, and Jared on how the impacts of the technology you guys are working around can allow students to be more self-directed.
Yeah, I would love to kick this off. I think ever since, especially with the emergence of the internet, that was huge. Pedagogy has changed forever. I mean, you're seeing content creators now, major platforms like Crash Course, where they have SciShow, where there are students who, frankly, even though they were within the education system, topics that were being covered by content creators who just loved specific topics, content creators who taught them how to upgrade their PCs on their own, were just producing content, and they were able to learn those materials through their own self-directed learning. So I think that the way technology is going, teachers who encourage students to explore their interests are going to benefit the most, and finding innovative ways to use technology. For example, with my master's degree at UMass, we were allowed to attend class in person or online, which made it very accessible for me with various health ailments that I deal with. So technology allows for more accessibility in general across the board, and it allows for students to essentially open new learning portals that supplement the education that they might be required to go to, but at least there's another portal they can go to after school or even in school where they can dive even more into their interests or find ones that they didn't even know that existed.
I just have to give a quick, shout to Ellie, who I've been working with ever since we met on a GatherVerse panel, and everything she just described. This is who she lives into that, on a day-to-day basis, and it's been a pleasure, connecting with her. Jared, Dr. Tammy.
You can go, Dr. Tammy.
Okay, thank you. So what I think about this, because I know everyone talks about when you already have the technology. And what I find is teacher access. And I think in order to have innovative pedagogical approaches, we have to give the teachers access. There are technology tools on our campus that we just don't have access to. They have been blocked, or they make them unavailable to us. And if the faculty have access, students don't. Right. And so I think when we talk, I always think about C, right? This idea of, I think, even though we're talking about innovative, I think really it's doing what we've done, right? The idea of scaffolding, exposure, and experience, what I like to call C, right? I think it's those things, but in order to do that and to really bring that into the classroom and really expose students to the emerging technologies, we have to have access to it. And so I think that in order to be innovative, we have to be able to ourselves as the instructors, as the teachers, as the faculty, we have to be able to play with it as well. And then we can be innovative. And I think, just seeing what happened in the last year with AI, it wasn't till then that I think even institutions like myself that wasn't as open to embracing the emerging technologies. When AI came on the scene, that's when English faculty started thinking about, wait a minute, right? They can just write my paper, right? And I think that that's what gets teachers start thinking about innovative ways to include this in their curriculum and their instruction. But I think those things, we got to go back to the beginning. It's kind of like what Dr. Morris was talking about earlier. It's like some of them don't even have connectivity. Well, in our case, we don't even have access to those technologies. So I think in order to be innovative, we have to start there. And there are some people who are doing innovative things and trying out some of the things that we've been talking about already. I just think that when we're thinking about innovative pedagogical approaches, they're there. And I think we have those ideas, but we need access to the platforms that can, allow us to implement them.
Right. Right. The word access keeps coming up, and it's going to keep coming up because it's imperative. But I was also hearing in what you're saying, the idea of learning and unlearning. So, and that's for the young people, that's for the staff, that's for everybody. And that's a cultural thing that we need from top to bottom in schools and government all over the place in order to allow for some of these changes that we're discussing to start to happen. Okay, Jared, it's all you, bro.
Oh, yes, sir. So 2 things I was thinking of based off 2 things I've done in the past. We have a real nice, close relationship with the St. Louis Family Court System. So working with the Juvenile Center, we started working with them about 2017. And that's something that's real important too. Losing like over 25 friends just due to like the different gangs and stuff like that in St. Louis. When I'm asking some of these parents, you're not going to ask like some of your deceased friends or family members, the parents, what you want to, a good parent not going to tell you to go out there and create more violence. So trying to create these, trying to teach these kids to not grow up and do some of the things that a lot of people done to some of us in St. Louis, that's like real important. Anything that they got a connection with, they open to learn about. Thank God I have like a passion for technology, but that'd be real important. And a lot of the deputy juvenile officers I work with who are African-American tell me a lot, like if they wasn't in position, it may not be as easy to get my program in some of these juvenile centers. So that'd be real important. And not just, teaching them the tech skills, but also trying to build their brotherhood with the African-Americans, the white boys, making sure, because we like a diverse organization, so we like for all of the kids. On a whole nother note, we got another partnership with this organization called Wings of Hope, and they basically like try to help families that's like say like on these islands that's like trapped around these 200-300 mile rivers where banks, grocery stores, schools and stuff right now is just not an option nor a reality. So being able to create these different, say, tokens or cryptos or different reward systems on the blockchain, they got different they have like say different former pilots or different people, like Boeing may donate different like mini airplanes or something like that for them to fly over there, and they help them with a lot of different resources, really airdropping resources in a sense, but some people they get on the ground with. So when we try to come on board with stuff like that, it's tablets, like she was saying, connectivity and things like that, access, that's a huge thing. So it's so many different factors, and we even got communities in Fiji reaching out to us. That's like it's a high activity of practice of cannibalism, and ministers and different churches want us to work with the preschoolers to just create a whole different mentality using like technology, which I think is awesome for like the positive way we can go about it. So there's just 3 little things right there, aside from like the local stuff in St. Louis going on. When I'm looking at like access, connectivity from like a local and global standpoint, it's different challenges.
Got it. Yeah. So this is going to take us right to, and I know everybody's not like in the classroom, but I know you guys do have suggestions for folks who are, and I want to hear something one quick thing from everybody around how educators in this time can best prepare students for when they get out of school and the workforce.
So I'll go.
Go ahead.
So I'll go. One, I think is curriculum. And when we think about curriculum, we think about just what we're teaching in our classroom. Curriculum is bigger than that. I think it's all the types. There's 8 types, 7, depending on which theorist you follow. But there's all these types of curriculums. And I think we need to think about, like, especially if we're in a higher education space or at a K-12 and not the more traditional educational setting, to prepare students for workforces, to look at how is our degree plans. What do those look like? What do those courses look like within those degree plans? How are they embedding the technologies that we are talking about? How are they talking about what the future of work looks like for those students, for those individuals? And what, depending on their career, will they have marketable skills when they're done, right? What are some of those things that we have? And not only that, but in the actual class, right? What are those things that you're embedding in your class to prepare students for the future of work? What are those technologies? Part of this is giving them exposure to those things that they were going to be encountering. I was at a conference last week, and one of the instructors was saying, my students are not going to use AI. They are in the industrial trades, at a community college where typically we have industrial trades and we have the academic side. And they're not going to use it. I'm like, wait a minute. Now we're talking about machine learning. We're talking about robots. We're talking about things that actually involve AI. Like, you're still going to use all these things, because in 4 to 6 years, many students, especially at a community college, they're part-time. And so when they are moving through, they don't finish necessarily in 2 years like the degree plans are set up. Sometimes it's 4 or 6, because they have all these other things. So you got to think about, what are they doing in the future? So some of those challenges is really getting one, the mindset around what this looks like for the future, and then embedding those things into your curriculum. Industry partners, I heard partnership earlier, getting those people who are actually in the space, some of you actually that are doing some great things, bringing them into the space and exposing students to it. Speakers, you could even join them in the metaverse, right? And have these conversations. Like, there are ways to expose them to it and to start thinking about what does it look like. And I think part of it is always vision, purpose, vision, and mindset. And I think that's where we could start, and including that into the curriculum.
I would love to follow up on that. I 100% agree that curriculum is key. I definitely know that I got into my space of research and cyborg anthropology through the creative classes that I had in high school, where I got to take physics of superheroes and paper engineering, and holistic creativity and exploration was always encouraged. I think within that, also teaching students how to recognize how valuable they are holistically and within their interests. Trade skills, I feel like, are oftentimes so undermined, and at the same time, trade skills are what allows us to create a lot of our technologies. If someone didn't understand steps A through Z plus, like what Melvin has brought up, of all the steps needed to bring a Nike shoe to your foot, how is somebody supposed to be able to figure out, oh, we can automate this process, or we actually need somebody to oversee this process? I just want to give a shout out, as someone who's a technologist, to everybody who's working in the trades. We need you within daily life, and you are actually key and instrumental to our future technology. So yeah, recognizing the valuable and invaluable skills that folks of all sectors have, and encouraging those students through the curriculum, both in and outside the classroom, is instrumental.
And some of what I'm hearing is like helping young people to understand their place in the world, and that's their place in the world today, so that they can understand their place in the world in terms of where it's going to be. So Melvin, you want to tap in a little bit more on that?
I'm gonna get in trouble again. I'm gonna whisper this. We do not use the C word, curriculum. because C word automatically triggers bureaucracy. And me and my career, we've been through the bureaucracy of trying to get a product or something into a school district and talking to the board and getting approval from all the. We're not doing it. That's why we refuse to go into the schools and go directly to the communities. Now, it's important. It's important. But we choose to go outside of the curriculum and just simply, we're going to present it to the community. And I will deal with the politics of the community before we'll deal with the politics of the school district. So forget I said anything about the C word. I'm for curriculum because at one point we have to deal with the schools to get them engaged in the community. But we try to steer away from three things: C word, curriculum, saying these things. The second one is the T word, technology. And the third one is the M word, math. Because when you mention technology and math, you're going to lose 20% of the kids just by saying that, because they feel, as someone mentioned earlier, they cannot engage. So our goal is to engage with the curriculum, but be the disruptors to say we're not against it, but we choose not to engage, if that makes sense. We know we have to deal with it. But we're going to be disruptors and say, hey, we're not dealing with this. We're going to do it a different way.
I'd like to pick up where Melvin left off. Alan, did you want to go?
Really quick for both of you guys, I want y'all to pick up, but also keep in mind this next question as well. So if you can add, kind of add it in there around ed tech and creative thinking for young people in the future.
That's really interesting because my answer involved two of those words. So we're on track, you know what I mean? And Melvin, you're not gonna get in trouble here because we're all family and we need everybody's genius and everybody's understanding and everybody's everything, because we are losing people. Mm-hmm. And the big part of this whole summit is to have a humanity first approach to how we are approaching these emerging technologies and this innovation and then the future. So two things. When I think about educators are the architects of the future. Truly, educators make everybody everything. So they have to be well versed in what's going to happen in the workforce, what's going to happen even though they haven't even been in the workforce for a long time, in their discipline. So they have to be abreast of what's happening in industry and the way that their industries are being disrupted by technology. What is very frightening for me as a higher education professional and a professor is understanding the enrollment cliff that is about to happen in 2025, which is tomorrow. And understanding that there are going to be students and people who are unable to enroll in higher education just because of the sheer enormity of debt, the inability for them to access the classes, and life has changed where you can't be in a particular location at a particular time, all day long. COVID helped us accelerate through that, but geographical agnosticism is so important. Being able to be wherever you need to be in the world, still get your work done, still get your coin, and still get what you need accomplished in your life for your family, that's really paramount. So we need technology, but what educators are also going to have to be tasked with is not just educating students, but also educating companies about what skill sets that the students are coming out with so that they know how to best utilize them too, because we have to be in partner. When I say partnership, I mean that we have to create a strong pipeline, not just, oh, we got this pre-K to 12 pipeline. Oh, we got this pre-K to 16 pipeline. No, we need a pipeline from the time you breathe air all the way till the time you hit the grave. You are a lifelong learner, and we need to get out of this mindset of learning only takes place between K-12. But what these emerging technologies are allowing us to do, and what ed tech is allowing us to do, and what I help people figure out when I say help them find where they belong, is how do we incorporate these essential skills, these 4 C's that they say are paramount and necessary for 21st century skill development. And those skills are creativity, collaboration, communication, so being able to communicate, and create critical thinking. So if it doesn't matter what your modality is. It doesn't matter. If your students aren't gaining these skills, then you're in trouble. And I always say there's a 5th and a 6th C. I threw the 6th in just recently. But the 5th one is compassion, because if you ain't got no heart, if your heart ain't in it, honey, listen, you need to go back somewhere else, because it has to help people. It has to allow people to have gainful, meaningful employment. But the next one is common sense. Now, I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I had to throw that in there because some people, common sense ain't common. And some things you already know what to do. You just want somebody to tell you what to do. But we're in a era where we have to teach our young people how to think. So metacognitive strategies of thinking what you're thinking about, understanding yourself. Everything is so outward facing for them that we have to teach them how to look inward. So when we do meditation Mondays in the metaverse, that is intentional, because you need strategies on how to approach your day, how to transition into your morning, how to transition into, when we talk about goal setting and we're sitting here and we're writing goals down, smart goals, and explaining to you and having you break them down and being real with yourself, that self-awareness is important to your emotional intelligence, which is going to make you more marketable to whatever job it is. But we can't also be afraid of technology. Everyone has to be technologically adept, as well as proficient in understanding how to use it. So educators got a lot on their hands to do. And my job is to train the educators and make sure that they have the tools they need to be well and show up and be present. So if you want to be trained, if you want professional development in that way, that is what I do, because educators have a lot on their plate to be responsible for in this next age.
100%. And I love everything you had to say there, because it is, oftentimes we communicate this whole thing as if, you know, it's just this school that's doing it wrong, or it's this school over here that's doing it wrong. And really right now, the whole system is broken, and is broken at its foundational level, because it is not taking into consideration that learning happens everywhere and all the time. And so if you are a school and you're just like, okay, hey, we're going to charge you $25,000 a year to come here for 4 years, that is now going to be crazy talk. The enrollment is going to go down. You need to be saying, we are going to charge you, I don't know what the model is, but you are a part of our learning ecosystem forever. You're going to pour into it. It's going to pour back into you. It's going to be intergenerational, and it's going to be across the globe. That's what I think the future of education is going to look like. Alan and Jared, I think you guys need some more talk time.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to add to Mr. Anderson's approach with community and going to the community. And there's some new pedagogies that are rising thanks to AI. And one of them is rhizomatic thinking. Most of our education is centered around kind of a hierarchy similar to arbolic thinking. We see education as a tree, and that tree has these linear approaches, which are rather inflexible, but which in the end create people that center their thinking around binary thinking. The sort of binary thinking, I think, is something that we can improve upon. For instance, animals, my dog in the backyard has binary thinking. I think as a human species, we can surpass that. And I think challenging a little bit of the teacher-centric approach is this rhizomatic pedagogy. And so instead of a tree, as we see education, a rhizome is a root that is found in the earth, which moves in every different direction, has no end and has no beginning. But it's based upon community as curriculum, as opposed to seeing curriculum within the institution and all the power being centered around institutions, their instructors and educators. So I think this is one of those pedagogies that is going to gain traction because of AI. And the interesting thing about it is that it requires a lot of innovative thinking and creativity. And it's within us learning from each other as a community. Just like we're gathered right now as a panel, we're learning from each other. And this form of social learning is a lot more, maybe something more significant than me and anybody else reading a book tonight. The learning that we're absorbing right now is so significantly more powerful because of this social arrangement. So I think rhizomatic thinking, rhizomes, is a pedagogy I'm going to keep an eye on, because AI provides the ability to be able to put forth this pedagogy and move away from a kind of hierarchical, phallic educational system. I don't mean to emphasize that. But the phallic, in a sense that it's a traditional way of education, so challenging that model.
So definitely want to hear from Jared, and then I'm sorry, Dr. Morris. Definitely want to hear from Jared, and then after that we have about 3 minutes. So we'll do a round robin of one thing that we want to leave everybody with. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah. So with the educators, because I'm a teacher / technologist, but I always like talking about different like experiences versus just like general like responses. Recently we did something with McClure North High School a few months ago where where I spoke for about 2 hours just about Web3, taught the students how to set up their wallets and stuff for the first time. Then airdropped each student 1 million tokens, teaching them just about the value of cryptocurrency. But of course, that was more exciting for them to want to learn about cryptocurrency than a fight had broke out in the middle of me talking. Some kids ran downstairs, but the majority stayed up just because they had 1 million coins. And I was teaching them about this plan of trying to launch this economic financial revolution that we ain't really never had for us as a people yet. The importance of owning your identity versus just accessing it or renting it in the future of Web3 via 5 and so many other things. We had a guy up, a student up there who like the whole school was kind of like, I guess, trying to mock in the sense like he might be potentially like the next school shooter with a severe case of like ADHD. So I gave him 1 billion coins. Like, you know, hey, we need to, you know what I'm saying? So, but it was cool because the other students, the way I was interacting with him and stuff like that, just talking about his mom that had COVID in the hospital, his uncle that was in the military that just got locked up for 15 years, and he got this heavy artillery at home as a high school student. And he ain't never had nobody talk to him, little white dude, we talked for about an extra hour like that. And all of the teachers, the students was like, you okay? What was he talking about? I'm like, dude, cool. So it was like being able to humanize the community too, aside from just coming with these skills. That'd be really like the true impact for me in a sense like that, to get that connection. Like Dr. Morris was saying, having the heart.
Got it. And Jared, well, since you're talking now, why don't you just give everybody a quick how to get in touch with you? Because we're going to go back and do like 20 seconds each.
Yes, sir. So you can connect with us on our website, kylar.io, kylar.io, or you can visit us on our Facebook page. We're on social media, Instagram, all of that, or connect with me personally on Facebook at FB Jared.
Okay. Melvin?
First and foremost, Christopher, I hope you invite me back. I didn't mean to come off like that, but hopefully I get GatherVerse. But number 2, we live by one motto. Take a moment and imagine that our children were able to discover their individual passion by grade 3. And that's just the launch. It's a mindset. We just want to get in their kids' head. If they discover something they love, then the teachers can map that love back to a subject. So we're doing the reverse and saying, find out what you love. And then we send them back to the system to where you can say, oh, if you want to get into this particular area, you're going to need math. You're going to need social skills. So we want kids to discover their passion at the earliest age. And that's the core of who we are. And once they get that passion, then our motto is the second one, blending business and education. Then we can take all the tools and slowly integrate them into the technology. So I thank you for having me today. I apologize. I always get flagged on how I act in public.
No, not at all. Not at all. Alan, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. And you can get in touch with us just visiting studiobahia.org. And you can also write to us if you have ideas for therapies. We do design a lot of therapies. We're doing irritable bowel syndrome right now with some Stanford doctors. So, but it comes from people who send us their concerns. And as a nonprofit, we provide these for free. So thank you for having me.
And I've had some convos previous with Alan as well. Brilliant, as you guys can already see. The whole panel is. So, make sure you tap in. Dr. Tammy?
Yes, you can reach me. I'm Dr. Tammy Francis everywhere, and you can connect with me on LinkedIn. drtammyfrancis.com. Like I said, I'm Dr. Tammy Francis everywhere. You can connect with me, and then of course, Catalyst for Change Global. Same. You can connect with C4C Global on the different platforms as well. And I always, when I think about working with students, and I talk to students, and I always go back to purpose and our ikigai. I like to talk about, and what is is our love? What do we love? What do we want? What does the world needs? And what are we good at? And looking at that and moving toward looking at the future of work and how does that play? Because that's the way to dismantling some of the barriers for people of color and marginalized communities. I am really in the equity and inclusion. I call myself a Jedi. I want you to be a Jedi, belonging, access, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So everything that I do is grounded in that. So when I think about education, when I think about those things that impact the future, I think about making sure that it is inclusive, because you cannot be for inclusion if you're not looking at emerging technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Tammy. Dr. Morris?
Well, I get to say bye to all my.
we are short on time though. I'm just to let you know. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can find me at unitethemetaverse.com, where you can find where you belong. I fervently believe that it is a fine time to build the metaverse table. And like I said, if you can define the culture, then you need to design the culture. And I'll leave y'all with that because humanity can't wait. So unitethemetaverse.com. Find me.
Humanity cannot wait. Ellie?
Thank you all so much for being here. You can find me on LinkedIn, Ellie Boahen, same name on there. You can also keep up with my latest projects and cyborg sentiment analysis at projectsbyeli.com. Remember, technology can be awesome, but as long as we pay attention to who's in the room, accessibility, and of course, our own self-care along the way, we're going to have a better and brighter future.
Thank you, guys. I'm Jamal Thomas. You can find me, Jamal Thomas, on LinkedIn, createthefuture.ai, createthefuture.ai. And Chris, I'm thinking we need a GatherVerse Youth Summit. Perfectly throwing my hand in the ring to be a part of it. I learned so much from these incredible people, and it's my hope that we can have young people come together to learn from one another. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I love that so much.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, Jamal.
Greetings, and welcome to our fireside discussion that we're about to hold here with Ippolito Caradonna, who comes to us from AugLab.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We welcome you, Ippolito. What a fantastic series of discussions that we've had thus far, especially coming on the heels of powerful discussions when we look at immersive technology, also with the revolution and the evolution of education. Yeah. Let us be ones that will help carry the torch forward and certainly not move back on this discussion. Ippolito, with the short minutes that we have, let's chop wood. I think about this world of spatial computing, mixed reality technology, the metaverse, immersive, interactive ecosystems of interaction and communication, if you will. But now we must take even more of a clear focus on science. And what does this relationship look like when it's AI powered, if you will, and thinking about AI as applied sciences in these large language foundational models that have deployed around the world, and they're becoming quite capable. When you think about this narrative, this dance, if you will, of AI, spatial computing, and science, what is the critical importance of this?
Ooh, this is great. And there's so many points to touch, but off the heels of a wonderful conversation, think about this angle. How do we train our scientists? How do we actually build up the scientist, the laboratory user, the inventor, or the people on the ground, right? As I call it, the frontline workers that are actually building the next group of historic vaccines, or building breakthrough drugs for cancer treatment and for other ailments. there isn't anything more humane than what's happening at that forefront. And in the intersection, we have to think about, again, how are we training up the scientists to solve the problems and to ask the right questions, right? And so I think now in the intersection and on the heels of everything that's been talked about in terms of immersive technology and artificial intelligence, it now is not a matter of how much data we can get, right? Because we have just volumes and volumes and the data sets are so huge. It's not as much of the quantity, but it's the quality of the data that we can actually access with AI. And so I would say simply, are we asking the right questions? And in that regard, how are we training the scientist to ask the right questions?
When we think about that very thing of science and asking the right questions and really the purification of the type of data that we're training these models with, if you will.
Yeah.
I think about, Ippolito, the abstraction of what we don't understand of science and the capability to be able to take a part of science and apply it to become a product, only to turn around and use that product that originally comes from science, if you will, to go back and to unlock and understand more of what we don't understand about science, using science democratized to understand that which we don't understand when it comes to science. Is that relevant?
Definitely relevant. I mean, we have a classic dogma, if you will, in science. It's the design, build, test, learn cycle, right? So in each one of these stages, in the design phase, we are thinking about the experiment. We're thinking about our hypothesis. This is the question, if you will, and what I was talking about. But then we have the build. This is the manufacturing. These are the actual tools. This is the actual boots on the ground. And then we have to learn from this, and we have to test it. So all of these cycles, the cycle that has actually been established for years and years is actually at a precipice right now in changing the way in which we actually go through this cycle. So what can we learn from a simple question is now becoming a lot more layered, right? So I can ask, okay, what does this molecule do to this molecule in the tube? So what's happening in the tube, right? That's very simply put. But now what we're able to do with immersive spaces in the laboratory is how can one operator, maybe someone in the lab performing a set of tasks, change the process or change the actual outcome when compared to another operator. So now it becomes turned into a very human-centric focus, where we can actually pull apart and gain valuable insight to the variabilities that are happening within the lab. And on top of that, there is a certain level of trust that needs to be built, right? What is happening in the lab? If we can simplify it for people that have no idea, many people think that the COVID-19 vaccines historically approved, brought out to market in record time, right? People don't realize that there was years, a decade of early development or early stage research that went into the delivery of those platforms. And so when it comes to public trust, when it comes to transparency in the lab, when it comes to trusting the actual scientific process in the lab, I think these immersive spaces and being able to share those immersive spaces can actually give us a lot of insight into what's happening in the realm of science and how science is feeding back to our society.
And as we look at science, and well met and well expressed, Ippolito, as we look at science and we think about the considerations of laboratory reproducibility and discovery, we must ask, to what advantage does this offer humanity for human betterment?
Well, we talk a lot about democratization. I asked the question earlier, how do we train up a scientist? Well, who wants to be a scientist? Let's channel back into the last panel. How are we actually priming or inviting our youth to be a part of even that field, right? So right now, you could say, for example, a use case is that, I think about years ago when I was at UC Santa Cruz. It would take, so the amount of time that it would take to finish a quarter of the university, within that time, the technological advancements would happen so quickly that by the time you were finished learning a course, the technology within that space had already developed and already had advanced faster than we could even learn about. So how in this rapid, fast-paced movement of technology that's advancing faster than we can even ask a question, how do we invite the youth? How do we invite the next generation of scientists? How do we engage and funify, as my good friend Lubna has quoted, gamifying the lab, making it exciting, making it fun? That actually will change the way in which science is done, therefore changing the effects and actually the outcomes of what's produced in the lab. We think a lot about representation, and so that's important. Representation in the lab, in the sciences. We need more STEM for the next generation, and we need to prime that and really engage the youth with that cause.
When we think about biological warfare, chemical warfare, we think about the atrocities that are done with present day technologies. But when we also think about simply the natural development of diseases, and we think about so many of the diseases that are so forthcoming and so prevalent and so present right now in today's modern society beyond COVID-19, and thinking about polio and so many other different diseases that are known and certainly that are derived that are unknown.
Yeah.
It seems to me with this type of gadgetry that we have available in these products,
right, that
isn't it just so important when it comes to the study of life sciences and biosynthetics and thinking about bio DNA and synthetic DNA, and we start looking at this whole construct and this whole ecosystem of the type of applied science of things we've never been this way before, closer to physics than we've ever been in the modern era of AI. How important is this relationship now that we know that we can see with computer vision, that we can see more expressly in extended environments? For why have you gone this trajectory in this way in your work?
Well, I was talking about the data sets that AI has offered us. The data sets that we feed into our AI models it's what we get back, right? And there's a few articles about how artificial intelligence failed us during the COVID pandemic, and there's polarizing views on this. Why it's so important to consider the intersection of these three things of computer vision, spatial mapping, artificial intelligence, and science is there has never been a more important time in history for us to leverage everything that we can to equip the scientists, to equip the front line. They're huge institutions, pillars, if you will, since the beginning of what we can understand as the modern world. There's the pillar of science that has informed the big pillar of medicine. At the cross section of these pillars is technology, and at the core of of artificial intelligence and the emerging technologies like spatial computing, at the core there is a purpose, and the purpose, as many at the summit have really drawn into and really pressed into, is humanity. At the core we have to understand the needs that fuel the development, that fuel the importance of this. And so I would say it's a matter of prioritizing. It's a matter of prioritizing the use case for laboratory usage. It's about prioritizing and getting ready for all of the pandemics that we're getting ready to face, all of the ups and downs, all of the global challenges that we face. There are solutions if we can actually preserve the mindset of asking questions, if we can preserve that plasticity of thought and not be bogged down with years and years of linear thinking. As our colleagues were saying yesterday in day one, that single-minded one-track system. I'm going to be an engineer. I go from one place to the other. It's a straight line. If we can get ourselves out of that linearity and understand the phylogeny and the branch points of discovery, we realize that the relationship between the science and the scientist and the technologist is actually critical for our future. The relationships are critical, Chris.
Indeed, Ippolito. And in closing, might we add just a lend of just a few more words here with the closing minute that we have, that on the macrocosm, we see the universe, and on a microcosm, the human body. Taking advantage of this critical relationship when it comes to the scientist, the frontline worker, if you will, the technologist, and understanding more about the universe, but more so about these vessels, these bodies that we have, and to be able to better understand that, especially at a time of eco-convergence where we're seeing these technologies paired together and through technological transfer. Now we're starting to see the technological convergence of things that you won't even find in the novels of fiction.
Exactly. We're reaching beyond what we could even dream of. Are we ready to take that journey and to discover?
Amani, Ippolito, my dear friend, I'm so thankful to be able to share this stage with you. GatherVerse, this is Ippolito Caradonna, a molecular biologist, a technologist, a leader, and a dear friend. I hope that you embrace him as we embrace you, as you embrace me. Our gather was well.
Thank you. Take care.
Prepare for our next roundtable and our final one of this very short and very fast day 2 audience. We need to better understand the world of content, because with platforms like Sora that's been deployed and other different types of stable diffusion models and content itself, we need to hear from our leaders. We need to hear this discussion. I'll be dialing in too. Our gather was well. May our gather be well.
Hello and welcome to another roundtable. My name is Russell Bundy, and on the roundtable today we have got the evolution of content creation in the immersive intelligence era. I'm actually very excited to talk about this one, as Christopher well knows me very well. And yeah, what we'll do is we'll do a quick introduction with everybody on the panel, and then we'll get straight into this because there's a ton of stuff to talk about in this. So I'm very excited to talk about this. So we'll start with Eddie, then we'll go to Lizzie. Sorry, Lizzie, is it? Lizzie, okay. Hamilton, and then we'll go over to Christopher last. So over to you, Eddie. Quick introduction from yourself.
Russell, thank you, and it's a complete pleasure to be over here. And thank you to Christopher for, making this happen. So a little bit about me. So I've been in the AR/VR space since 2016. I run a small startup called XROM, and I'm in the field of basically business of evangelizing and educating AR/VR industry, the ecosystem here in India. I also lead the Metaverse division at Shimaru Entertainment. Yeah, that's for me.
Thanks very much, Eddie. And over to you, Lissy. You're gonna have to correct me. I'm sorry. I'll keep getting it wrong. You can unmute. You can unmute and just tell me. It'll be easier. You need to unmute your microphone so that we can hear you. There we go.
I'm a publicist, so content creation is a big bulk of the work that I do. And basically, it's using the tools that we have now to get a message out. And sometimes it could be super creative and sometimes it's just bare bones. But content creation right now is really running the gamut. And as far as your imagination can stretch is what content creation can do for you.
And it is Lissy?
Lissy.
Lissy. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you very much. That's what I need to hear. Thank you. Hamilton, over to you. A quick introduction from yourself.
I'm called Hamilton, all the way from Kenya, and I'm happy to be here courtesy of Lynn Gitau. And being in the content creation and the AI, it has been a game changer for most content creators. And currently, I'm on a project working with creators to be able to help them leverage the AI, because most of them have remained the leverage of media. So we are working to see how can we be able to automate or to template, to turn their videos into, so that they don't repeat shooting their video. So we are working on and bringing in a few partners, still trying to bring a few partners and seed fund so that we can be able to launch the prototype. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Hampton. And last but not least, the legend himself, the one and only Christopher. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Not a legend, just a servant. I'm happy to be here with all of you to share stage and to share a few thoughts and supporting thoughts on content, but more so, I'm really sitting here to listen to the experts that I really am humbled to be able to join per adventure.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, guys. And those of you who don't know me, my name is Russell Bundy. I am the CEO of MadBob and the director of arts for GatherVerse. My MadBob is basically an NFT music platform where we focus on helping women creators in the music industry specifically to help support them and uplift them in the music industry and solving the problems that they have in the music industry as well. So that's in a nutshell what I do with MadBob. Right, let's get into this. So let's start with the first question. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So how is AI influencing the landscape of content creation and distribution? Oh, I really want to dive into this myself, but I'm going to let you guys go first. So Lisi, we'll start with you first, and then we'll transition over to Eddie after.
Well, how is it not? How is it not?
Very good question.
I mean, honestly, right now it's when you look at the history of technology and being creative, we've almost done like a full circle, because just when cinema was becoming cinema back nearly 200 years ago, 100 plus years ago at this point, we were asking these same questions. You know, how do we go from standard theater and a proscenium stage to using cinema, which is completely new? People were raising their hands up like, oh my God, this is the end of art and blah, blah, blah. We're here again, but it is a tool. So if you have a grain of an idea, AI will explode that idea. And it's up to you as a creator to manifest that, to hold it back, to do whatever you want. So as far as it influencing, it is beyond an influence. It is a tool, and how you use that tool depends on you.
Yeah, I mean the scale in which AI is going to go is going to be crazy. And anyway,
it's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, Eddie, we'll bring you into this conversation as well. Tell us your thoughts as well.
Yeah, so I think exciting times, Russell. I think we're living in a fabulous point of time. But we need to be a little cognizant about these technologies. You know, they are self-learning, and there are great things happening. Obviously, I mean, you know, every time, you know, I can see that, you know, these AI tools does, you know, your text to image, text to video, text to world building, text to code, you know, and the list is pretty much endless. I I look at the people who might get jobless, and not just might get jobless, but I'm sure that the way this tech is growing, by where AI is growing, I think that we need to be a little cognizant about, and not just get excited and everybody jumps on the bandwagon that, oh, look at what AI is doing. Look, we should also make sure that the ones who are going to get disrupted by that, these tech stack is supported in ways. So exciting things also, but we also need to be cognizant that we are getting into a very scary point in time where these tools are gonna get far superior than any human. So yes, I think currently, yes, I mean, the way we using it, in our space, we building a metaverse, a destination, a social media for Shemaru Entertainment. We using leveraging AI in a big way, right from conversational NPCs, where we're using Convoy, which gives these NPCs a intelligent layer, so you can converse with them. So that's one. We are also leveraging these optimizer tools for 3D. So rather than, because when you're building out metaverses, you need to have really low poly assets. So we're using Converse AI for optimizing these 3D assets. And there's so many other things, the list goes on. Obviously right now, so Sura is doing it's all over the Twitterverse, Xverse, if you might say that, how it's creating these photorealistic content. So yes, I think exciting times, but I hope that there's a group of people also thinking about what's going to happen in the next 5 years at the rate at which AI stack is accelerating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to jump on this because I have a lot to say about this. I think the distribution of content is going to be wild. I think that there's literally the content is just going to be so mass produced that, so like such a scale we've never even seen before. We won't even know what's real, what's not real. We're going to have, deep fakes. We're going to have all these different kind of situations, videos, music, etc. That's going to be done so much at scale that like we just, like I said, we just won't know which is which. And also, like, TikTok is already integrating this into their system, right, where basically you've been able to use AI and using AI voices of musicians and stuff like that, and being able to recreate your own content at scale with short form videos. It's literally the content we're going to see is just going to be at a precedence that we've never seen before, that people won't know, what to do, right? Because there's going to be so much content out there. How is someone going to be able to be promoted or stand out compared to everyone else, posting all these AI content at a scale, right? And obviously humanity definitely would come at a core of that, because, human emotions and human connection is at the core of everything. But just AI is just going to just destroy so much that, musicians might be out of jobs. Like, I could see it happening right now, and there's two ways which you can go, right? It's either you use it for good, right, and then you can use like blockchain technology, which tells you which is real and which is not, right? Especially for deepfakes, like the NFT technology would be really great for that kind of sort of example, saying like, this is real, this is not real. You knowing the difference, which is real and which is not real, and being able to authenticate it with NFT technology. Or the other way it's going to go is it's going to be done at scale that, creators are just going to be losing their jobs everywhere, and it's just going to go all downhill. But I hope that's not the case. I hope it is used for good, and I think even content creators will eventually create their own AI as well. But yeah, there's so much going on, and I hope like the distribution is just going to be unprecedented, and that's just my kind of like personal opinion. So I wanted to put my own 2 cents onto that. So let's go into the next question, which is, what ethical considerations arise in the use of AI for generating content. And I did briefly touch on that, but I know Christopher has a lot to say about this. So Christopher, let's bring you onto this conversation.
Sure. I think that's a marquee question and very apropos to ask right now when we think about ethical considerations for AI content, because one, I know that we tend to acquiesce our thoughts when we talk about ethics as what is the colloquial human ethical agreement. But I think that we need to now begin to include the relationship with the robot, the AI.
Yeah.
I know as sci-fi as that sounds, the reality is that conversational AI is here. Multimodal computer vision AI is here. They're becoming even more quite capable. And I think we need to start thinking about the relationship we have with AI, because as it's been expressed already, I believe that Eddie made mention that they're now being able to think on their own, if you will, to some degree. They're certainly not at Ethereum mind level or self-aware, but they have the capability to be able to duplicate and replicate and to be able to leverage its own database within itself for refinement. Well, what does that mean? What am I getting at? Lysa can speak to this hands-on as a publicist with how many different marketing arrangements has she worked with and how many different clients does she currently keep. When she knows they're deploying for a campaign, there are so many content creators ready to create content.
Correct.
But Lysa, it seems to me that when we're switching the content creators from human to AI deployment content creators, there needs to be an ethical consideration on how they govern to be able to create the kind of content that they're about to deploy and that they're about to distribute, absent having a human's input, if you will.
It's clearly the wild, wild west all over again.
I mean,
I agree with that.
But the thing is, the same people said about, that about NFTs, right? And NFTs are still technically like a little bit, Wild West still, so to speak. But, crypto and all that as well, like there's regulations that have been brought in for crypto and it's getting a little bit more solidified, in the EU and the UK. Obviously, I can't speak on the US side of things, but I know over here, they are putting regulations in place in the crypto side of things. And, they might be able to put some regulations in place for AI, but, how quick rate, AI is going, AI is mostly going faster than what you can put regulations in with,
But might I add to that, I'll do a little bit of slight pushback that the nature of the subject itself, with the comparisons between the cross-comparative analysis between an NFT and the subject of modern day content is dramatically different, because NFTs are a science that we've been unaware of that's become a product from 2011 till subsequent today, as opposed to content. Well, we've been creating content for how many ages and dispensations? The time itself, we've been creating content from hieroglyphics to social media. So, but here's the deal. We're used to humans developing that. We have just seen a stable diffusion by the way of Sora that can create hyper-realistic human eye resolution, almost indiscernible when it comes to human anatomical structures and activity within these environments. There's one thing when we're talking about deep fakes, and it takes someone a long time to be able to make that, and we think about the type of content that we're seeing, what's happening, what they're building in regards to some of the things they're building in Meta that I won't go on a tangent on. We talked about at the AI Summit, but let me say this. Now that you have text to input to render out a video that can go for 1 minute, that's just 1 minute that they give us. We don't know how long they can be consistent with the minutes. Now you deploy that, and that's just visualization. But if you take 11 Labs and the work that they're doing with concatenative and parametric synthesis, now all of a sudden they can create a voice that renders you, that's you, take your own voice, and through parametric synthesis or concatenative synthesis to be able to pair that up with the video itself. Listen, Hollywood is on notice. Pixar is on notice. Netflix is on notice. Disney Plus is on notice. And let me just add this, because we talk about content, and Lysa, you work with a host of different XR platforms. That's just video. But what happens when we go text to output when we're talking about whole entire virtual simulations? Now, that's a whole different story in and of itself. And if it can create a virtual simulation as quick as it can create a 1 minute video, what does that do for all the artists and the content creators and the people that build these platforms in the first place? This is beyond what any of us have really considered in the modern era of work.
Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be a lot of consideration under all this. And Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I've seen like, AI even make, complete, websites from scratch, like a whole app, like that would take normally months to build, and they within minutes it's done. So yeah, it's
But
crazy.
the question is, the AI just doesn't do it. It needs a prompt. It needs that spark. And that is really the definition right there. It will not create something on its own. You have to give it the prompt. You have to give it the kick. So either we unplug altogether, or we are very much aware of what we are contributing to the AI ecosphere, so to speak. There's a client that I'm working with right now that's creating a Netflix type AI platform where they're generating movies and shows, short format movies, mini movies, where they're taking preferences from your Google searches and then spitting out content for you. You then will have the ability to subscribe and continue to get content, or reject it and keep on going. Every so often you'll get another pop-up that says, hey, want to check out this movie? And the movie will be based on what your preferences are online. So again, even though that is generating something that looks like it's from thin air, it is a generated content from your preferences. So AI just doesn't come from anywhere. It will come from us, and it's up to us to make the machine do what it does.
That's crazy though. Like, at scale, creating a whole entire Netflix platform with thousands of videos a day. Oh my God, that's even worse than music. I mean, music, you're talking like millions of songs a day being created by AI at scale, using all different people's voices and productions and synthesizers and everything. Like if we can do that with video, like the scale of music and images and like
for instance, grabbing your Spotify playlist.
Yeah.
And then I could start churning out songs that are based on what is already on your Spotify. You like Taylor Swift and you like Dr. Dre? Okay, I'm going to start spitting out mutations of Taylor Swift and Dr. Dre.
Yeah,
Talk
that's
to me.
crazy.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
So Hampton, I want to bring you on this as well, because obviously you do work with different creators and stuff yourself. So do you want to pitch in on this, and how can basically creators maintain like authenticity with AI and creating content as what we've been talking about? Hampton? Oh, I think he's froze. He's gone. Okay, Eddie, we'll bring you in on this. What's your thoughts, Eddie?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, just to the previous question, I want to just kind of add in, so I'm like a tech maximalist, though I, spoke about, AI taking over a lot of things, I'm a complete tech maximalist. I completely believe that, we need to handhold this technology. And I have this, when you spoke about the ethical concerns, I mean, what's been happening is most of these AI models have been training on the open data, the open world data, which is, they do a lot of web crawling, and I am pretty much up for that, and that might sound very weird because I myself am a content creator, and why would I want to do that? But I think throughout the world, if you see, we've all been inspired by something, so and this is for the first time. I think we are going towards democratization of creating content, and this is only and only happening thanks to these large language models, which is trained these models on these open world data, copyrighted data. But because of these large language models, I mean, look at what's happened. I mean, today, anybody can be a content creator. You don't need to be a hardcore musician. I'm a musician. I've done music for 15 years. I can play a couple of instruments, but I don't need to do that. I can just get onto like an application, put in some prompts, and voila, I've got like a basic piece of music out. And the same applies for your images, your design, your video, and so on and so forth. So yes, I think AI is going to democratize a lot of things. My only concern is that we need to possibly figure out how do we I don't even know exactly what I'm saying. I just hope that where we go towards it's more human first, because sadly we live in a world which is top down hierarchical, and it's a capitalist world, and it's profit at any cost. So I'm scared about that ethos. How do we break that, and how do we democratize thing is something that I worry about. So yeah, I think Hampton's back and maybe he might want to.
Hampton, do you want to pitch on this and how can creators maintain authenticity in leveraging AI tools?
So what I can literally say, the way I can just quote Chris, they say that we need to now not think of, we have to think of the relationship between the AI and the human. The AI can be used as a leverage, not as a threat. Example, with the right, like the ChatGPT, you can be able, most creators will go to the ChatGPT to get, these are the top 1%. They will go there to get the idea, to get the creativity. But 99% of creators will go there, get the prompt from ChatGPT, then they just copy direct. So you find that when those are not, the creators that have not learned that the AI has not come to kind of do the work for them, to make them lazy, but to enable them increase their creativity. So as a creator, you have to think of, you are just like you are intern. I can call an AI like you are a very creative intern or a very high intelligent employee or a smart employee. So you give him a prompt or you give him a question and he gives you back. So that whatever answer whatever the answer you get from that smart employee, you don't take it and just put it direct to the. You have to take it and then fine tune it according to your strategy, according to your unique voice. So the AI has just been, it's there to help us as creators to increase our creativity. It's now AI, there's an intersection between the AI and the creativity. So once you get that and then able to know that AI is there not to make me a lazy, to copy and paste, it's there to make me increase the creativity that I really need. So human and machine. So the machine has been trained. As a creator, that you need to, it has saved us the level of research, because creativity is usually coming up with a new idea or discovering a great idea among many ideas. So that's how you can able to define creativity. So the AI will enable either to come up with a new idea, then you fine tune it, or enable to get that unique idea among many ideas. So that's the leverage of authenticity a creator can be able to use.
Yeah, so you're basically saying kind of like using it as your companion and then bouncing ideas off it to basically refine what those ideas is, or give it new ideas even that you might not even thought about before. You're like, like I can create content around this. Like that's a really cool idea. Yeah. I definitely think with the kind of authenticity side, I mean, I have thought about this a lot actually, the authenticity side and keeping things authentic and stuff like that. I know I go back to NFTs and blockchain, but I think this is going to play a kind of component into this, right? Like, for example, how do you tell the difference between a real video and a fake video, right? If you're watching these AI Netflix short films, how do I know which has been done by a real actor, and how do I know which has been done by the AI?
Well, you will know because you're participating in a subscription service and you're benefiting from preferences. You're benefiting from content that you're very much into because it's your preferences. And then you'll have the ability to share it with your community. And then the AI will then start spitting out content that's based on your community. So you build an audience that starts with just you. So you know it. You know that you're participating in this.
I still think human creation has an aspect to all this. And I don't mean by like just putting in prompts, but what I mean is like having something that's genuinely authentic and actually genuinely done by a person, like done by a person, like recorded like here, like we're authentic here, right? We're all talking here. Like this is
Are we though?
Don't do that. Don't do that. But the thing is, like, this is something that's basically, authentic. And also, like, with kind of the AI side as well, like basically, inputting into AI. Like I understand that AI can't create without the person's input, so it has to have the authentic input from the creator, right, in order to create the AI content, right? So I understand that side of things, but is there still a way in which, human kind of like made things without AI even, is there a way to still have that kind of authentic side in being able to distribute that with content? And this is the whole battle between the AI content at scale and also still like the original kind of authentic content that's made and distributed. That's just my thoughts anyway. Christopher, you might have a different opinion. Obviously you want to jump on this, so.
The question that I think the prevailing question that comes to mind, and it kind of goes back to what Lacey has expressed about natively, it cannot move without our input, voluntary or involuntary, evidently. But if we think about that, how are we quantifying authenticity if it's natively coming from human? Right. I think the better question to ask, at least from my lens, is what content is it developing from? Because if it's coming from a monocultural ecosystem, instead of a polycultural developed ecosystem, if it's coming from only a select class group of people, and I'm not just saying, hey, AI is being completely made by white people. I'm saying if it was completely made by a room of bros, people like me, and everybody gets to use it, that's so limiting. But when I think about what Eddie just said, which I think is huge about democratization, and it's just so apropos we're hearing that from Eddie. I just have to say this because Eddie and I go back years. And we've talked about, especially with XR, how we know that headsets weren't deployed around the world. Sure, we got them in North America and certain parts of Europe, but can our friends in South Asia and Southeast Asia and elsewhere be able to get them? The answer is no, or it's very expensive. But AI is a little bit different, isn't it? Because if you have a device and you have broadband connectivity in India, super wired, now they've got AI, now they've got models, and now they've got access to a thing. But the point is overall, with who's deploying, who's building, ultimately, where is this data being sourced from and be contributing to these Netflix short form experiences that I can enjoy? If it's natively coming from me, it's a very interesting consideration, considering the dynamic rotation and the offering of what the AI will ultimately deploy when it comes to the content rendered that it thinks that I like. That's a very unique proposition horizontally, because where's that data ultimately coming from? And at the end of the day, just because I like it doesn't mean that I want it in that particular manifestation. So it's going to be very interesting on the deciding factor of deployed content. And I think, and I'll say this in closing at the moment, to what Lacey is expressing, the Wild Wild West, I think what makes it the Wild Wild West is because are we consciously going to be accepting of this content that it believes that we will want so much? And if it's not, how do we quantify, or how do we communicate with the relationship, the human in the loop level, to let them know, I like Radiohead, but I don't like Radiohead like this. And so these are the narratives that we have, I think, to begin to think about in terms of how we look at content. And as content creators, we're all a bunch of social media nuts here, aren't we? We're posting all the time, we're engaging and sharing. And it's like, I have to say this, I'm sorry, audience. Delve, realm, beacon, all of these words that are being used over and over and over and over. I can't tell you how many people I've seen in the past year. Audience, let us know if you've seen it. How many times have you seen the word thrilled in the past year? I feel like people are using whole entire AI to be able to write their social media posts. Now people are starting to notice the monotony of it. And they're like, that's just not of substance. I want to hear from you, not what you told AI to tell us.
No, well said. All right, we'll go on to the next question after that, because that was a great closing statement. So what impact do immersive technologies have on audience engagement? Well, I mean, Christopher just touched on it very briefly, and we've spoken about it before as well with TikTok and everything like that. And I mean, TikTok is really pushing the AI train. Anyone being able to make music, anyone being able to distribute music, anyone being able to make videos, like this is going to be a mass scale. So Eddie, let's bring you on this conversation. What's the impact? What impact do you think like the immersive technology will and have on audience engagement?
Yeah, I think it's going to be like brilliant, because we're going to transition from the 2D to 3D world, which is due, And once we, do this transition, I think instead of us maybe just watching content, sitting in, we'll be participating, we'll be part of the content. We'll be all immersed in the content. We'll be able to touch feel these pieces of content. These are still little sci-fi, and you might think that it's maybe like maybe 10 years, 15 years down the line. But there are a lot of people working around the world who are trying to build out content pieces, with haptic feedback involved. So yes, I think it's going to be immersive. It's going to be experiential, where you're going to touch feel the virtual world's gonna touch you. So exciting time. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to have a big, massive impact on audience engagement. I can see a lot of people, if a content creator's creating something, I could see them, creating content back and firing it back at them, and there'll be like replies of videos, 2 videos and stuff like that. Some of the stuff that we're already seeing on TikTok, where 2 people on the same screen collaborating on videos together. I think that's going to be definitely at more scale, 100%. I could see people creating random music and stuff like that as well. I mean, how the record labels and stuff are going to deal with this, I have no idea.
There is the possibility that there could be a massive backlash and people say no. Already there's trends happening with Gen Z and Gen Alpha where they're not interested and they want to do flip phones, and they're going back as far as like the most basic of communications. So it's not over yet. We're here hypothesizing how this is going to happen and how it's going to move forward down the road. But there could be a massive backlash, and all these AI companies might find themselves in a pickle where people might not be interested. And then AI will be used for, government and research and, other forms, and not necessarily social engagement. So it's not over yet. It's not a sure thing just yet.
Lacey, can I ask you something on that? I have to.
Sure.
And this can open it up with some of the minutes we have. Do you get the sense based on that and audience, how do you feel about it as well? Feel free to chime in if you're on the YouTube. If you're elsewhere, that's fine. We have you on other different social platforms, and obviously all of you in GatherVerse.live. But do you think that by way of this backlash that we manifest that backlash in saying we want more human connection because we're getting so much AI input that we're saying we need more things? And this isn't just a shout out to GatherVerse, but we need more community structures like this.
Yes. And things like the coronavirus pandemic made a lot of people reconsider, like, what the hell are we doing?
Yeah.
We're literally on this planet for about 5 minutes. Right. I want to connect. Being deprived of the connection during lockdowns made us really yearn for that. Wow. One of the reasons why VR and XR exploded, because people wanted to connect. Zoom became Zoom because people wanted so desperately to connect. So there could be a possibility where small island nations or small nations in general might unplug and be like, look, if you can't find us through Morse code, then you're shit out of luck. So that is yet to be seen, because we might very much be like, we enjoy like hanging out under a palm tree at the beach and chilling with my neighbor. We are still animals at the core of who we are. And we might be pretend to be cyber monkeys right now, but at the end of the day, if it really rubs us the wrong way and we feel like we are not living, we might just pull the plug. Look at all these kids refusing to be part of corporate America. They're saying screw you and coming up with creative ways to make a living without going into work. Why? Because of that. We might just say screw all this and I'm going to chill until the Green Reaper says, bro, your time's up. Let's go. Just saying.
I mean, yeah. I don't even know what to come up with after that. I think that's, I do wonder though, the youngsters, even under the Gen Z, right? Like, the ones that are, the 15, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, just coming out of high school and everything, what are they going to do? How is that going to transition with them? And where are they going to head? Are they going to
some of them are going to cuss us out and say, my goodness, what did you leave us? Is this
Correct.
what you turned? I'm serious. Some
Correct.
of them are going to cuss us out, and some rightfully so, and say, this is what you've innovated. This is what you consider making the world a better place. This world is more worse than it's ever been before, based on what we've read before. What have you left us? And these are the things we just don't even seem to care. We innovate. And I get that people are innovating a rapid clip because they need to make money. They need to survive. But my goodness, the cycle is so destructive. We are innovating to monetize to our destruction.
Completely. And all the studies are coming back where there's so much mental illness tied into social media interaction. And what happens with your self-esteem if you feel like you can't keep up with the Joneses, that has completely amplified. And you're already seeing a lot of backlash with Gen Z, the younger millennials, and of course, Gen Alpha.
I mean, Instagram is a prime example of that, where you can see that at scale. But anyway, we haven't got much time, so I want to finish off with everyone just quickly saying basically where you can be found, with your LinkedIn or website or anywhere in particular you want to mention, and we'll round this out. So Eddie, over to you. Just quick, like 30 seconds. Where can people find you? Can they connect with your LinkedIn or a certain website, etc.? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, so xro.in, that's where I think maybe it's the best way to kind of find me, plus LinkedIn. And then, I host 2 podcasts. One is called XROM, which is the first of its kind AR/VR podcast in the country. Then there's another one called The Ones Changing the World, which is India's first future tech meets sustainability podcast. Yep, that's me.
Over to you, Lissy.
Just standard, LinkedIn, Twitter. You'll find me, prsharks.com. Sharks without an A. Shark bit the A off.
And Hampton, where can people find you? On LinkedIn? Do you want to unmute your microphone and just say? Oh, you're breaking
on
up
LinkedIn, I'm called Hampton Deke. On Twitter, pardon, can you hear me? On LinkedIn, I'm called Hampton Deke.
Yeah.
On LinkedIn, I'm called Hampton Deke. You can just follow me. I'm not very active on Twitter, not very active on Facebook, but I have the account there. So I've been active on LinkedIn. That's my social. So
and you can
I'd
find
love
me.
to connect and
Sorry, Hampton. We're going to round this out, but you can find me also on LinkedIn, Russell Bundy, which is my name here. And connect with me on LinkedIn. And obviously you can check out Mabop as well, which is mabop.com, where we're helping women creators. Christopher, over to you, my friend. And thank you very much for having us and on this awesome panel today.
Thank you so much for joining us here on this incredible roundtable discussion. It was certainly happy to be here with all of you today. Definitely, I encourage you to please go follow Eddie's podcast. He's doing incredible things. He's definitely one of the best podcasters in the game at the intersection of humanity and technology, for sure. Lyce's the real deal when it comes to publicity, and Hampton's doing incredible things in the beautiful continent of Africa. We're certainly happy to have all of you today. Special shout out to Mad Bop with Russell. You're killing it when it comes to NFTs. Definitely the future player when it comes to this. That brings us to the conclusion of, once again, our GatherVerse 2024 Day 2 Summit. My name is Christopher Lafayette, a proud host, founder, humble servant to be here with all of you today. And I say it just like that. You've heard it here, folks, for Day 1 and Day 2 of GatherVerse 2024 Summit. Tomorrow is our final day for GatherVerse when it comes to the GatherVerse third annual Summit. Will you be with us tomorrow? Will you join us? Will you, after this show, tell a friend? Tell someone, a neighbor? We see all of you here. We're thankful to be able to have you. This doesn't happen without you. This doesn't happen without grace, mercy. This doesn't happen without our community. We need you. We're a free production. We do it because we know that this is the way to go. This is the way forward. We do our very best. Shout out to our GatherVerse team that works so hard in the middle of the night to put together everything that it takes to do this. This is one of the joyous and hardest things I've ever had the opportunity to be able to do, is to serve each of you when it comes to what we do for work and business. This is our 21st summit. We thank you for being with us on day 2. Our gather was well. And on tomorrow, may our gather be well. Good night or good day.